hedge funds are colluding with each other, that's RICO. That's actually a real RICO, unlike the RICO that they're using today. So Congress needs to look at that, whether or not these firms are evading taxes. This is serious stuff. So we're going to defend our retail shareholders. We're building a great business here. And I prefer, quite frankly, to work on building the business, building our streaming platform so that we can have great companies like Newsmax be part of it. But if I have to run another investigation, I will. All of these investment funds, they know my phone number. They know how to get a hold of me. Guess what? They haven't called me yet. The easiest way to clear all this up is just to say, hey, this isn't happening. It's not happening. And guess what? Guess how many have said that? Zero. And that tells me there might be something.
Yeah, but Congressman, before I let you go, I got to get to one more thing. You're sounding the alarm on possible unlawful trading practices. Tell us why Trump Media and Technology Group is calling on Congress to open an investigation on stock manipulation.
Well, as you know, Chris, we have a bunch of awesome retail shareholders. And in fact, we don't care if the investment banks and investors don't, these big institutions, if they don't want to buy our stock, great. But we have retail shareholders that matter. There's a lot of irregularities here. We notified the NASDAQ. We've been working with the NASDAQ. And also, we asked Congress to get involved here because, look, if they're doing this, a lot of these firms, if they're producing counterfeit shares, I mean, this is a major scandal if it's happening. And in the past, it has happened. And what happens to them? It's a lot like we were talking about in the early segment. They get a slap on the wrist years later after this goes through litigation. So what the Congress really needs to look at here is that, does this fall under the RICO statute? You know, the Biden DOJ, they love the RICO statute now. So guess what? If people within these hedge funds are colluding with each other, that's RICO. That's actually a real RICO, unlike the RICO that they're using today. So Congress needs to look at that, whether or not these firms are evading taxes. This is serious stuff. So we're going to defend our retail shareholders. We're building a great business here. And I prefer, quite frankly, to work on building the business, building our streaming platform so that we can have great companies like Newsmax be part of it. But if I have to run another investigation, I will. All of these investment funds, they know my phone number. They know how to get a hold of me. Guess what? They haven't called me yet. The easiest way to clear all this up is just to say, hey, this isn't happening. It's not happening. And guess what? Guess how many have said that? Zero. And that tells me there might be something.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Jenny. I just got back from walking my dog, who is old. He is slow. He loves being outside. He doesn't enjoy coming home, but he just can't. Anyway, so it takes a long time. Therefore, I haven't, dolled up for you. Ham wants to come on. I better let him know I'm live. Before I do that, I just want to I don't know why I should say it, but my stepmother sent me an email this morning. It's very touching. I'm going to look at the photographs. But today, 2 years ago, my father died. And his birthday has all of his life while he was alive. It's been in April. So he would have, if he were still alive, he'd be 90 years old. And I tell you what, he wanted to still be alive. He had his whole plan of exercising, writing a book, and all these things, his grandchildren. But anyway, so today that put a little bit, for me anyway, of my life in perspective. The last couple of years, probably the last 4 years, been one of those difficult periods, journeys of your inner self for me. And one of the hardest pillars of my life, one of the 4 or 5 things that I just unexpectedly, for lack of a better word, lost, was my dad. And so we're here fighting all this, but life marches on. And I don't know. I don't know if he'd be proud of me for doing this, but he didn't much like or respect money in the sense of old money or accumulating wealth. And he didn't much like Wall Street, which is ironic because that's where I chose to work. Anyway, so I thought of my dad quite a bit this morning when I saw that. Apparently, my stepmother went on a trip to Ireland, and she felt him, and there was a, I don't know if it's a catacomb, that's the wrong word, but there was in an old monastery or something, there was a place where they prayed, and he had discovered it, and she was drawn to it. So they sent some pictures. They haven't downloaded yet. I'm gonna look at them. Anyway, let's move on. Let me text him. He may call in right away. I was listening to, as I do once in a while, I don't listen to him all the time, but I was listening to Peter Schiff while I was walking my dog. And apparently, since the most popular presidential candidate, 81 million votes, was elected, makes me wonder if we should go back to having just landed gentry vote. And by the way, it wouldn't have been me. It wouldn't be me. My heritage is Irish and Italian. We wouldn't have been in that landed gentry. But anyway, I guess everyone, 81 million votes, voted for this president because they hated the alternative. So anyway, Peter Schiff pointed out that the cost of living over the last almost 4 years is up 30 to 40%. The cost of living is up 30 to 40%. And that hits guys like us, girls like us. It doesn't really hit the ones that are printing money, the banksters and the defrauders. And I guess, I mean, the one good thing is we don't have to listen, we don't have to read mean tweets anymore. And I guess it's worth it, but of a price to pay for being stylish. All right, let's see what anybody's saying. Ziggy Pop, Mark, Ahmed. Oh, sorry. Hey, Eddie. Sorry, Ryan. That what I played twice at the beginning is retired Congressman Devin Nunes was on Lou Dobbs, I think. Here, let's see. We can play it again. Yeah, Lou Dobbs. Oh, this is the Lou Dobbs show is different.
For this, for basically producing counterfeit shares.
This is a different one.
It's a slap on the wrist. You know, they make hundreds of millions of dollars on trades, maybe even billions of dollars on trades. And it goes through, you know, mountains of legal costs if somebody's going to try to bring a case like this. And at the end of the day, it's a lot of money to you and I, but you know, they may get a couple $1 million fine or a $10 million fine. Well, that could be 3 or 4 years in the rear view. What I've said to Congress and what we're looking at is, look, if this is really happening and people aren't afraid of this, there's some other laws on the books called RICO. And if people are conspiring to commit RICO to do this, then it's a much different crime. And so all we want to make sure, and you know, all of these big companies have my information. They know how to contact me. Many of them know me personally, or they know friends of mine that know me personally. They can just pick up the phone and call, and they can issue statements that say, wow, we don't like this either. We want to make sure that this doesn't happen. Why don't they just do that? It seems like a very simple solution for all of these big investment banks and market makers. Hey, pick up the phone and call me. make some statements that actually make sense, that say, hey, we understand you're on the reg show list. Why don't we go ahead and look into this to make sure there aren't counterfeit shares out there? That would give such stability to the market. It's what our retail investors are asking for, and it's what we're going to try to deliver to them, is transparency and accountability if anybody's doing something wrong. Over the years, when people do get busted for this, for basically producing counterfeit shares, it's a slap on the wrist. You know, they make hundreds of millions of dollars on trades, maybe even billions of dollars on trades, and it goes through, you know, mountains of legal costs if somebody's going to try to bring a case like this. And at the end of the day, it's a lot of money to you and I, but you know, they may get a couple $1 million fine or a $10 million fine. Well, that could be 3 or 4 years in the rear view. What I've said to Congress and what we're looking at is,
so it's repeating.
This is really happening. People aren't afraid of this. There's some other laws on the book.
So it was on a loop. So to answer your question, the first one I played and now the second one, they were both Congressman, ex-Congressman Devin Nunes, who is the CEO of Trump Digital Media. Hey, Robert. How are you? Thank you. Filthiness. I thought it said flithiness, but hey, Mark, Jenny. Thank you, Jenny L. It's 2 years. I mean, it happens to everybody. Only a guy like me would think it would never happen to me, right? Everybody has to deal with life. The next one I'll have to deal with is Lucky at some point. Jenny, my mom passed away. Wow. I remember you told me, I forgot how many years, 39 years ago. I know your mother's watching you, Jenny. And April 1, wow. Well, I'm sure she's proud of you, Jenny, Rebecca. I'm sure she is. 39 years. Jenny, you don't look like you're 39 years old. She must have had you post, I don't know what word, post physical body. I'm sorry, that's very young to lose your mother. But I'm sure she's there with you every step of the way. Yeah, it's the birds. I think it's the birds that come, hummingbirds. I told you that story. But anyway, I won't bore other people. But you know the story about the hummingbirds in my life. Hey, Morty. Why do you something up, buttercup, and come around? Oh, there we go. There we go. We want proof, 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 proof. So our eyes aren't proof. The fact that the stock's only been trading briefly and the volume, a lot of the people that own it can't sell it. And the reported short selling is almost 800 million shares. Oh, yeah, but that doesn't show deliveries. That doesn't show private placements. That doesn't show when they covered. Well, all right. There's no proof. So it doesn't happen, luckily, Ziggy. There's no proof. Luckily, it doesn't happen because you can't prove it to Ziggy. I don't know what to tell you. All I hope, Ziggy, is when the proof comes out that you admit you come on and admit that now you, Ziggy 780, are convinced after congressional investigations that looked into, I don't need to remind you, Ziggy, probably, but David Nunes sent this letter to Congress just last week to Congressman Jim Jordan, Patrick McHenry, Jason Smith, and James Comer. And he said, "Dear Chairman, I write to inform you of an urgent matter concerning the potential manipulation." I'll send in, Ziggy, your comment. There's no proof. I'll send that in. But this is from David Nunes, a congressman. This is from the CEO of Trump Media and Technology Group. This is from a multi-billion-dollar company and lawyers who clearly helped write this. And I don't know, I guess they're just making it up. The data they see, the price action they see. So Ziggy, I'll make that a priority, not my first priority, but I'll write a letter to these chairmen and let them know that Ziggy 780 says there's nothing that DJT can prove. But in the meantime, I'm going to reread this letter. Dear Chairman, I write to inform you of an urgent matter concerning the potential manipulation of the stock of Trump Media and Technology Group, which trades on NASDAQ exchange under the symbol of DJT. Since April 2, 2024, one day after Jenny Rebecca's mother's birthday, DJT has appeared every day on NASDAQ's Reg Show threshold list, which is indicative, but not to you, Ziggy. It's indicative of unlawful trading activity. And then remember, they just went public. But anyway, Ziggy, you're right. Can't prove it. Can't prove the existence of God. Can't prove. There's so much you can't prove in life, Ziggy. Can't prove that's real salmon on your picture. It might be farm raised. A lot of things you can't prove. This is particularly troubling given that naked short selling often entails sophisticated market participants profiting at the expense of retail investors. Reports indicate that, and I'm sure they're making them up, Ziggy. I'm sure they don't have reports. They're just making them up. But I'll read the letter anyway from the Honorable Congressman Devin Nunes. Reports indicate that as of April 3rd, 2024, DJT was the single most expensive stock to short in U.S. markets by a significant margin, meaning that brokers have a significant financial incentive to lend non-existent shares. But there's no proof, Ziggy. I'm not saying this is just a letter that an honorable congressman who's now CEO of the company has access to the shareholder activity in his own company. It's a letter he wrote. I'm not vouching for it. There's no proof, Ziggy. Furthermore, data made available to us indicate that just 4 market participants have been responsible for over 60% of the extraordinary volume of DJT shares traded. Citadel, oh, they're great, Ziggy. There's no proof that Citadel does anything wrong. Virtue Americas, ditto. No proof they do anything wrong. G1 Execution Services and Jane Street Capital. These 4 always appear on the heavily attacked stocks list. But Ziggy, there's no proof. There's no proof. Overall, we assess there are several strong indications of unlawful manipulation of DJT stock. As such, I respectfully request that you open an investigation of anomalous trading of DJT to determine its extent and purpose, and whether any laws, including RICO statutes and tax evasion laws, were violated, so that the perpetrators of any illegal activity can be held to account. There's no proof, Ziggy. But guess what? You shouldn't be worried. You guys on that side of the trading of these stocks aren't worried, right? There's no proof. And you can withstand an investigation by Congress and all the subpoena powers in the world. I'm sure you can stand it. Ziggy 780. A thorough and expeditious investigation should include requests for the following records. Look at this, Ziggy. It's unbelievable. There's no proof. But look what the call is for an investigation. The Consolidated Audit Trail, CAT, trading data, including trading records, quotes. All right, I'll read it after we talk to him. Let me see if the speaker's on. I had it up. Yep. All right. You're live.
I'm sorry, I'm just finishing my bagel. I didn't think we were going right on, but give me 1 second.
Go ahead and eat your bagel. I'll turn off the speaker for now.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm ready to go.
So people don't hear you chewing and masticating your block.
Anyway, DJT, I told you, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. It's going. These guys are not stopping. I had someone question if we're tied to DJT. And the word that Devin Nunes is now using is counterfeiting, correct?
Yeah, we were just listening to his 2 interviews.
I put the sign up from 2006, counterfeiting. No one used that word but me. So there's your answer. It's called counterfeiting. And I have a new sign, a new Twitter sign being made right now that will tell Devin Nunes again, stop saying naked short selling. The word is counterfeiting. In each interview, the Senate is going to have congressional hearings on this stuff. All right. And Finger Motion is right in the front seat with them. They keep trying to sell it lower. I don't understand why, but if they want to do it, I just pitched a couple of guys from Boston I was just with, and they're going to start buying the stock.
Which one? Which one are they going to buy?
Finger Motion.
Yeah, good. That stock's up today, 12 cents.
So they want to keep selling it down. These guys, one was a hedge fund guy, and they were in town, and I was with them for breakfast, and I didn't eat because I was too busy talking. But they're going to start buying the stock, and so it's all good. It's an easy sell. I told them to read about DJT, and they asked me the relationship, and I told them, and it worked out perfect. Kristen Shaughnessy's post was great. She reviewed everything for you. I put up the buy-in thing, which shows everything, the details, how many shares, 770. It's all right there. All right. We told that 37, this next leg of stock is going to 55. All right. If you think they're going to go into a hearing on naked short selling and DJT and not say it's everywhere, then you guys have all lost their birds. You all lost your mind. And I had a couple of people that pulled out. They were loaning out shares. One guy pulled out 600,000. They lent out his shares. He called them in. So you'll start to see that little start to get traction on these guys. You keep
What's the effective float in Finger?
25 million shares. These guys are short 2 million, right?
Yeah.
So what the hell is that? 2%, 10%?
Yeah. That's the real short.
That's the real short,
Yeah.
10%. And the naked short is, it's 10 times more than the float. Think about that.
Yeah.
10 seems to be the magic number around this stock. Monday, you're coming to New York. They're going to ring the
Coming
bell.
up Sunday, I'll be there Monday. It's the 4 o'clock ringing of the bell.
Right, 4 o'clock ringing. That's going to be the ring of death for old Lynn. I know a couple of money managers that are going to meet with them. Hopefully, they step in and buy it. Institutional guy told me they set up a bunch of meetings for the CEO, and Martin Shen is smooth as silk when he's pitching. So he's very good. People understand it. Again, it's the biggest market in the world. And it has nothing to do with what's going on in the US. It's a US company doing business in China. And it's in a business that basically is, no one's giving up their cell phones. And everybody needs data. And if people have electric cars, they need to charge them. If they want to send a text message, they go through finger motion. I don't even remember what the hell else they do. There's so many things they do. The more products they expand, the less that they can have a big mess, because many companies have different divisions. One goes up, one goes down. Not all operate at the same. They all just don't all surge at the same time. But having multiple businesses, William. Okay, example, you like oil and gas. If the price of oil is going down, that's your product, right? That's your bread and butter. This thing is, the top up minutes can slow down, but guess what? The data business can take off, or this can happen. Just remember, people, data is so big. Go look at Snowflake. It's a $60 billion market cap, 60 billion. The finger motion just had a $1 billion market cap. It'll be 9 times higher than what it is now. So what is it, $3? So you're talking what, $27, $30?
Wow.
That's at 1 billion. Go from there. I personally think the thing is worth 100, just the way it is. Forget all the short nonsense. They keep holding it down. The company keeps grinding ahead. Remember, they have removed the money raising aspect of this. They're giving us a special dividend waiting for approval by the SEC, convertible at 7. When it goes past 7, we think the short is 220, 10% more, another 22 million. And the dope that short 2 million shares, he's going to owe 200,000 more shares, because it's a 10% dividend. Do you understand? It's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. And if Lynn Partners thinks they're going to get away, and their name is not going to be in front of Congress, and we're not going to be standing alongside them, then you're gravely mistaken. All right? We didn't come this far to educate everybody and not be part of the head team. We'll be at the head table with everybody else. We're right there. All right? I'm confident, not even worried about it. All right? Again, I know people want to buy it. They want to buy calls. They want to do this. They want to get a home run swing. Accumulation always leads to higher prices. All right? That's how it works. And you can see DJT, these guys, just think about it. Everyone on this call, for 1 second, you're the head of a trading firm. You're responsible for every trader on your desk. And you walk over to William, and William says, "What are you doing in this trade, William?" "I'm short 2 million shares of DJT. I hate Donald Trump. I think his stock sucks." The guy's going to say to him, he's going to have a congressional hearing on short selling. Get out of this stock. We don't want anybody looking at our records at our firm. We do so many other illegal trades. We don't want anybody in our house. Close that position out, William, and William gets the hook. That's how it works on Wall Street. And one by one, these guys are throwing in the towel. That's how it's working. And it's going to squeeze Ken Griffin. If he's the head guy who's short the most stock, he gets called in. How is he going to do a congressional hearing and say that he's short 80 million shares? The float's 45. How is he going to answer that one? That's why these guys are going to get killed. They can sit there and moan all they want. The company sucks, but they picked the wrong guy. And these guys have all the connections, and I call it Hollywood, DC. All right, they have no choice. They got to cover. They can do what they want, but anyone on a trading desk is being told, "Stay. Don't go home short this thing," especially on the weekend. Who wants to go home and have it open up 100 points higher?
What if your friend Maria Bartiromo has Nunez on her show Sunday morning?
I think you could see that he's on Lou Dobbs.
Yeah,
They're
we
pulling it. All the
played it.
Republican,
Yeah,
all the Republican guys are taking him on,
yeah.
and it's just going to keep spreading.
How are they going to explain that there's 800 million shares almost sold into the system, but that many shares
Listen,
don't exist?
Forget it. Just do this. Imagine the SEC or the NASDAQ who they're speaking with, and they have to sit there and say, we have 45 million shares and we have 100 million shares short. Forget 700 million.
Yeah,
They can't even say it. Where did they come from? They didn't borrow them.
right.
Where did they come from?
They didn't locate them. Yeah.
They did nothing. They can't answer the question. And everyone here, we're all lucky enough to be part of something. And I believe Finger Motion is going to be the small cap beneficiary of this action. And I know it didn't go yet, and we're all pissed off. And whoa, when's it going to go? I want to cash my ticket. I want to do this. I got it. But I never said it was going to be easy. I told you it was the biggest battle. And here it is. We are in the Battle of Gettysburg, and Donald Trump is on the hill and looking down on everybody. And that's what we have. We have the high ground. Finally, these guys are going to get carried out. And you're going to turn your head and you're going to say, oh my God, Finger Motion is now 9. Finger Motion is 18. Finger Motion's 35. And, you know, I'm not telling you to buy it, but if you wanted to participate, owning one share just to see it go, be part of it, how could you not? Even though you can hate everybody here, oh my God, I can't stand it. Finger Motion has been on the front line of fighting naked shorts for a while. I've been doing it for them for 5 years. Everybody here. We had a small short, we roasted him, and then came in Lynn Partners. You remember, William? It was 6 million. I used to report it, right?
I remember that for a long time. I actually thought it was less, but yeah, I remember that.
We went from 6 million, went to 10, and we came back, and in a couple day period, we went from 6 million to 100. 110.
Oh yeah, I remember
and I
that
posted
too.
it every day. Every day I posted it.
I remember that too.
Every day. And these guys haven't covered anything. All right. So again, you're in the front line of some. If the stock was $30, it would be hard for me to tell you because the risk reward is very high at that point. You got a lot of downside, you got a lot of upside. We're standing at $3, whatever the hell, 3.25. Where are they going?
Yeah.
Pushing it down is not going to work because the company's fundamentals are worth more. You know, even Benchmark said it's worth 5. Who wants to sell it at 3.30 when their report, which is online, says it's worth 5, and they were looking to upgrade it? And that's the criminals. Benchmark. All right, they couldn't even help but put a price on it that high. So I think you're in the right spot. Do you have any other questions, William?
I don't see a lot of questions, but there's some comments on some other stocks, and I'm just looking at the chart on Finger. For what it's worth, I think it's broken out of its formation that it's in. So next stop 412.
Formation, it's in a manipulation state.
I know that. I know you're going to say charts don't matter.
I understand it, but for some reason, they keep trying to sell 200, 100, 500, 200. Hold it down. Hold it in the same spot. For what reason? I don't even know. It doesn't even make sense. All day long.
One guy's asking you, and this is something you could answer probably best of all. How does it happen that a stock, you know, it closes at one price, the next day it opens higher? What makes it jump that high just out of the gate the next day? His question is, how does it work when a stock opens higher the next trading day? What makes it move?
Well, someone on the trading desk and the boss comes over and say, hey, get out of this stock. And they start buying it pre-market, trying to get out of it.
Right.
That's it. A short is breaking. In finger motion, how many short sellers do we have, William?
In my audience, I would say one. No, how many short
have
sellers do we have? I don't know.
I think we have one.
In DJT, they
There's
named
there's
4.
500. There's 500 there.
Yeah, yeah,
There's 500 short sellers in DJT.
yeah,
Finger motion has one.
yeah.
So just remember, we're trying to tell our kamikaze pilot he has to go in there and kill himself. So they try to hang on as long as they can. And they're praying that something can help and the company needs money or something. But the game has changed where we brought to the table Donald Trump.
You know who's here, which is great? George Donahue is here. I met him, if it's the same Donahue, but he just said he sued Citadel and Ken Griffin for RICO 2 years ago. Everyone thought he was crazy. I don't think that they think you're crazy anymore. He's the guy that's been fighting. You used to mention his name from YouTube.
Yes, he's from Fort Lauderdale. I know him.
Yeah, yeah.
Very nice guy. He educated himself on this. I always wanted to talk to him. I thought he was doing a great job.
Amazing job.
I was in Pompano, right next door where he lives, and I never got a chance to meet him. But he's been a fighter for a long time. I don't know who taught him and how he learned about it, but he's done a good job about it for a long time.
And he's had the courage to just step up there and point it out.
His face, he did videos. I watched him for a long time. Every day he said something smarter and smarter, and he learned it.
Right.
All right. That's what I tried to teach everybody here. I don't give a shit what stocks you buy. If you don't understand it, you're going to get robbed. That's been my point the whole time. All right. And I tell you what I've done in these stocks. The people in GameStop and AMC all tried to do the same thing and get the data together. But once you have that big move, it's very difficult to compile that data. Finger motion hasn't had that major move yet. So it's easy to compile the data. If you go back in time, I compiled all the data on GameStop before it moved. It was easy to see. It's hard to tell when the firefight starts. What the hell's going on? You can't tell.
Right.
I know DJT, like Root, I told you yesterday, it's going to have the same pattern as Root. Root started moving up and doing it again. I said 60 and 5/8. We're up to 64 already today. I went to 64. These stocks, these are shorts trying to cover. These are, what can I say, controlled buy-ins. That's the term. Because the short is controlling it right now. In GameStop, the controlled buy-in went out the window because the prime broker took control, and he says, George, if George is listening, they say to the trader, fuck you, we control it now. Buy the fucking stock and buy it as fast as you can. That's a prime broker buying in a short. Right now, you have all the traders saying, I'm taking a loss, buy me in, buy me in, buy me in. Very controlled. And that's what they're doing in Root. Same thing, very controlled.
Right.
I believe in finger motion, it's going to be out of control, meaning that once it starts, it's going to go 350, 750, 1250, 18, boom, 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 because I believe that's going to be a prime broker pulling the plug. Very different. That's what I expect. Listen, everyone wants this. I don't want to see the slow grind up. The slow grind up is the worst thing because guess what it does to longs? I paid 3, it's 8. You know what? Let me start selling it. It's not moving today. Let me get out, blah, blah, blah. That's it. It makes you think about it. Once you get that explosion, there's nothing to think about. Once it goes, it goes 3, let's say 17, you sell 2,000, you own 10, you sell 2,000, you get all your money off the table. Then you could go for a walk, come back, it's 35, you sell another 300 or 500, whatever it is. You can start tiptoeing out in small portions. When it's slow and you sit and think about it, we all make the same mistake and say, I don't think it's going to go anymore. Let me get out. And that makes you think about it. I've done the same thing. We all do it.
Jenny wants you to go get a hot dog.
My wife doesn't allow me to eat them. I would do it. I love those stupid things. But anyway, yes, I will go do it. But I think that I have many people pulling shares or checking. Everyone on the call, you always want to help. Everybody wants to help. Just make the call. This isn't a big company. Someone is short 2.2 million shares that they borrowed. If they can't borrow it, they got to buy it back. That's it. They can't stay short. It's pretty easy. So if we have to start by helping ourselves, help yourself. I did. Everybody I know, I talk to, make sure you do it. Make sure you do it. It takes 2 minutes. Just go make the call. Again, if George is here, George, again, I always watch the videos. I enjoyed it. I congratulate you for learning. Not happy that you had to fight this battle. All shareholders, what's so funny? And, George is a black man. And I started my
How'd you
battle.
guess?
I watched his videos. And I started by pitching Bob Johnson of BET to do a financial news show to help minorities to start learning the stock market. And going back to when I went to Bob Johnson in DC with my friend, Amazon was $10. And my pitch to him was, and I knew no idea where Amazon was going. I said, imagine telling people, people that have regular jobs, construction, a garbage man, whatever you are. And my father was a garbage man. Imagine if he just took every week $10 or $20, just bought 1 or 2 shares of Amazon when it was $10, $11. Imagine just doing that and it works into something. I had no idea how much money that people would have now. Finding a company like a Costco, or maybe if you're a construction worker, you go into Home Depot, what that stock has done, or whatever. And Bob Johnson chickened out. He made a fortune. I think he was going through his divorce and he didn't want to get into anything. And that's what my pitch was a long time ago.
His office is...
I went there with my friend Frank Abernathy, and his uncle was Reverend Abernathy with Martin Luther King. So I came in, very powerful people walking in, and they couldn't believe it that Bob Johnson turned on. He couldn't give a rat's ass about anybody but himself, which was, to me, was unbelievable. That was just a quick story.
I wish they taught everybody, not just minorities, in high school about money and investing and not using credit cards, not getting into credit card debt.
I'm just saying, just think about if you were buying an apple at $20, you bought 1 share a week, $20. Instead of going to piss out, going to throw it out the window, go find something that you like. Imagine, let's say you Finger Motion and you're buying it for a year between here and $8. You got an average price of $4. And now you bought 1 share a week, $4, $5, whatever you're buying. And it goes, and now you got, 5,000 shares and the thing runs to 500. You can change your whole life. You could buy a home. You could do anything, travel the world over nothing.
Once you get to a certain asset base, you're free. And if you start early, the compounding of earnings or income, dividends, whatever, works in your favor. So
yeah, listen, again, everybody wants to be the fast trader. And William, I could say this with 100% truth. I was the fastest trader on the street. All the fast stuff came through me. I knew about I knew what was going, when it was going to go, who was doing what, all the fast money things. I told you, I used to buy 300, 400, 500 calls at 12 o'clock. At 12:03, I sold it and made myself $15,000. That's how long I owned stocks. I didn't know who the CEO was. I didn't know what a company did. I knew 3 letters or 2 letters or 1 letter. That's all I knew. But that was the fastest of the fast. I didn't want to sit in front of a computer anymore. I wanted to build a position. I thought I found gold in finger motion. And I've been here since December 31st, 2018, sorry. And I thought I'd put it away and the stock would be 100 by now. It made it to the NASDAQ, it was 9, and the shorts beat the shit out of it. And that's why I'm fighting for it.
So you went to the other extreme, 5-minute trading to 5 years.
I decided I wanted to enjoy my life. You know, I always sat in front of a computer.
All right.
Listen, everybody, when you're trading, you got, after the day closes, you look at charts, you find 7 stocks, 8 stocks you want to look at the next day. All of a sudden, the next day, the market opens up 500. All 7 ideas that you wanted to buy off the table because they all opened up high. So you got to start over again. You know, that's how hard it is. You got to think how hard it is to find the right stock. So while we're on the phone, I just watched the stock go 29.32, 329 to 332, and they just drop 100 shares to throw it at 330 again. Not 331, drop it down to 330. For some reason, they don't want this thing to tick up. And using 100 shares to close the spread, they're trying to scare buyers away. That's all they're doing. It's not doing nothing else. They're hoping that the bid disappear, right? Now it's 27 to 30. They're creating the illusion of selling, and there is no selling. I told you yesterday, these are all tricks. My friends all worked, if anybody that's old enough here, all my friends worked at Night Securities. They were all scumbag over-the-counter traders. I learned every dirty trick from all the dirtiest players on the street. So when they start doing stupid things like this, I know it all and been educated by the best.
So you have a finger question, and I don't know where the information, I'll just read it. Is it possible to figure Finger's share price if they announce a $125 million deal with Alibaba and shorts get overpowered? That's the question from All In.
There used to be a commercial on TV where a guy was sitting in like a chair with his arms up on the side, and there was the speaker in front of him, and he turned it on, his hair would go straight back. You know, like the wind was coming.
Columbia Records or something? Or?
I forgot what it was. It was a famous commercial, but this stock is going to go so fast, you're going to faint. Most of us are going to black out when you see what happens, if that's true.
So you don't have a specific price. You just say higher.
It's going to be way, 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 way high.
Then David's asking you about the stock that I can't mention that you talked about yesterday that begins at the end of the alphabet. Do you think, can it run to, he's saying, asking 1,500 on a spike?
CJYL, I'm hearing it's going to 100. Why, when, soon? I hope it goes. I own GDC. If ZJYL is going to go, GDC is going to go. GDC. That's all I know.
Okay.
Remember, that stock, ZJYL was owned by a small group of people. They did a forward split to get more investors. So the same people that own 100% of it still own 100% of it. You know, the numbers are bigger now. These guys just pressed their bet trying to knock it out. And I think that those people are doing like DJT. They're doing stuff behind the scenes to trap the shorts. When it goes, it goes.
I don't know about this. Somebody's asking, can we get the CEO of Finger to announce earnings before they release the 10K? I doubt it.
That's a great question, William. When you see him Monday, ask him.
I'll ask him, but I doubt they'll do it. The one thing about Finger and their whole group, they work so deliberately, so carefully, so successfully, but they don't make a step wrong, and I'm not sure they would release earnings beforehand. But I'll try to interview him. Maybe he'll say something, you know.
Listen, Finger Motion has been knighted by the Chinese government. If you haven't figured out who their partner is yet, it's the Chinese government. So they need to. I think he said it. When we met him, they do everything slow and perfect because the Chinese government wants them to do things right. If they do things right, they get rewarded, right? So they just got rewarded the charge up thing to the car charges. There's 400,000 electric car charges in China. They're allowing Finger Motion to use their app. It's like an Alibaba Pay, I guess. You use your app to pay the $12 to charge your phone. And if they use their app, Finger Motion gets paid. Finger Motion didn't spend a penny to get access and get approval to do that. Just 400,000 charging stations. How did they get that job? How did they get that? Whatever company built the charging stations was told, give it to Finger Motion. That's how it sounds like it happened if I had to look at it from the outside. How did this small company get access to all the charging stations? Not one, 400,000. So whoever built those, and I think it's a big company. Someone said something to me about it. I can't remember the name of it. It's a monster company in China. They built 400,000 platforms, and they're letting Finger Motion use some obscure, app to use to pay for it. They probably saying, hey, we can accept Alibaba Pay, but we're also accepting Finger Motion Pay, whatever the hell it's called.
Right.
I mean, think about how they got in that door. They're going against the Titans, and they're getting it for a reason. Someone in the Chinese government, at the very top of the Chinese government, likes this company.
Somebody, Latinum, is asking you about KNW. When will it start to decline in price?
Well, listen, you got to.
I kind of think it already has, but anyway, that's the question.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen. This is not a stock to short. This is not. I'm not trying to tell you to short it. I'm telling you shouldn't own it. And the reason I'm telling you not to own it is because Lynn Partners does toxic debt spiral notes, and they are guaranteed to get stock at the lowest possible price. So the more shares they sell, the lower it goes, the more they make. That's it. That's their business model. So if you want to stand here and you think that Lynn Partners is changing its stripes and is going to push the stock up and all of a sudden they're good guys, every stock they've ever done has been destroyed, reversed. They do it all the time. It's the same pattern.
Yeah.
I just put that other company, I think it's LDWD. I forget the symbol. LW, I forget the symbol. It was RWLK. They reversed it, changed the name, and they start over again. And Lynn Partners funded it. And that company helps handicapped people learn to walk again. That's what scumbags they are. They just want to steal, whether it's 100,000 or 10 million, whatever it is. It's all right. You took money from us, and it's all right to steal it back. You can't pay us back, so we're going to take whatever we can. That's what they do.
One stock Lynn Partners did that we're all familiar with, and the CEO put out a piece saying that after extensive investigation, he could see no evidence of bad trading by Lynn Partners.
Yeah, he's gone.
It spiked all the way down to some number below 1.72. I can't tell here. Anyway, we're getting back down to that level again. So Lynn Partners does this. Anyway, Jenny says, I don't read charts. Well,
Jenny, you don't have to read a chart. Just memorize numbers like I do. I don't look at charts. I watch Root go to 60. I watch it go to 60 and 5/8, get crashed down to 43. I said, if it breaks 60 and 5/8, it's going higher. I didn't look at any chart. I just memorized the number. And I looked yesterday and I said to William yesterday, hey, it's back to that spot again. It's above it. It's 60.71. It should go again. Boom. And it did it again today. Another $3. That's how.
This gentleman, A1 Trade, says Donahue has got good intentions. That's true. He's been in the fight the longest,
Listen, he's
other
been in
than
the fight.
him,
He's-
that I can
Forget
remember.
everything else. He's been in the fight longer than me.
Oh, really? All right. I remember. I'm trying to remember the first time I saw him. I can't tell if it was because you told me or anyways, around the same time. It's been a while.
Mr. Donnie, I'm going to tell everybody at DJT next week to go knock on your door. You're going to go down to DC. You can go tell them anything you want. Knock yourself out.
Well, what you
I
got to
want no
do is
credit. I don't
tell
want to be part of it. I could care less. I just want my money and bury these bastards. That's
tell
it.
that group of people that you're, maybe talking with to interview him in front of Congress. Get him on the
Yeah, no, listen. He understands it. And the best part, he tells the story like I do. Some people can tell the story, but it's so confusing that they lose me sometimes. I'm like, what the hell did you say? Tom Ronk is great at this.
Anytime
when you
someone
listen-
else is talking, they lose you. I'm picking on you.
Oh, is that what it is?
I'm picking.
I told you I wasn't.
I've been in a lot of meetings with you, and as soon as the other person starts talking, it's not long before they lose you.
Pat Byrne was the best. I've been in conferences where he called me up to speak, and after listening for 2 hours, I didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. I had to bring it down to the street level real quick.
This gentleman David is asking you how high, if it breaks, how high will DJT go, do you think?
Well, again, I think it's gonna go way north of 100.
Yeah, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, just these guys. How do you even look at the slow march up? It's up 4 now. This stock was $22 the other day. When they spoke up, and guess what, people? They were afraid to speak at first.
It's up 4 smackers.
The board of directors was nervous to speak.
Yeah.
Now that they spoke, they all look like heroes, right? Oh, look how smart we are now. They were nervous. They didn't want to speak.
I predict that
Our
Maria
people-
Bartiromo is going to have him on Sunday. Anyway, I cut you off. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying that they didn't want to speak. The board of directors were nervous. They were all nervous that the SEC is going to do something, blah, blah, blah. They threw the haymaker, they threw the first punch, and the stock doubles.
Yep.
All these companies that are afraid to speak. MULN was afraid to speak. He got punished for it. I did everything for that guy. I forget, last January, I did everything for him. Instead, he wound up killing himself. Right? That's what they did. They all do the same thing. CELU. Right? Remember that company I told you I went to meet him?
Yeah.
They reversed the stock. I told him, don't take the money. He reversed it, took the money, reversed it. Stock went up to, I think it went up to $8. I'm not even sure. It's back to 3. How'd that work?
MULN is just a highway to oblivion, unfortunately. And it's a good story. Let me look at CELU. That's another health one, right?
Yep, it was spin out from Biogen, a major bio company. They had serious investors in there. What did he do? He took toxic money from Yorkville. Yorkville bent them over and fucked them, and they destroyed every shareholder.
Nobody at Yorkville is going to have cancer or dementia or Alzheimer's. Nobody, they're going to live forever.
They don't care. The SEC's allowed these thugs. They know savvy management. How about that fat bastard? George lives down in Fort Lauderdale. Hey, George, why don't you tell everybody about Fisher Island? You know where it is in Miami. I would love to live there. George would love to live there. $10 million condo in the most exclusive place almost in the country. Off the tip of Miami. You got to take a ferry boat over. This rat bastard stole enough money to buy a $10 million condo, got caught by the SEC in a scheme. How much money did he steal to buy a $10 million condo? 50 million? And he what? Paid a $2 million fine? And he was a scheme. Where's the DOJ? They should have taken that away already.
It's an embarrassment. This gentleman's asking you, and I don't know how you would know the answer. I would know from my personal experience that Morgan Stanley / E-Trade is giving me the runaround, and they won't lift the legend on GTII's dividend. I've tried every day. His question is the GTII dividend going to become tradable on April 29th?
I'm not paying attention to it. I couldn't tell you. It should be traded, but it's free trading.
Well, it's 12 months. Sometime in April, I don't know if it's the 29th or not, but it's 12 months since it was issued, so there's no 144 restriction anymore.
There is no restriction on it from the beginning.
Yeah. Well, there was 6 months. There was a legend on that they put out the letter in October, I think, to lift it.
Yeah, so it's not restricted now.
It shouldn't be, but they're all BSing. All the brokerage
because
firms
they don't have it. What would you say if you borrow money from somebody and they come knocking on your door? I say, "Oh, I'll give it to you next week." We all say the same
I'd
thing.
say it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It's remarkable. They win because the longs cannot unite and work as one. It's your money. Everyone thinks differently. What are you going to do if you're a family member? I have people that died. Their wives call me up and ask me, what should they do with their stock? I said, listen, don't get involved. Sell it, move along, and just go on with your life. Your husband passed away, I can't help you. I don't know what your situation is. It's too hard. So life goes on, and that's how it happens. The short sellers just hit a sell button. Hit it. They hope we run out of buying, and that's what they work. That's what they live for. That's it.
Yeah. And the prime brokers run interference.
One guy just texted me he's buying 8,000 finger motion.
Wow.
So I wrote back to him, buy 200 at a time. Do it all day long. Just keep buying 200 shares. That's what I told him to do. Unless he just wants to buy it and go to the beach or whatever the hell, wherever he is, go do what you want to do. But
this question, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, just yapping. Go ahead.
This question, I think, is the wrong question, but I'll let you answer it. There's not Carnegie. Was it Carnegie? Who was the guy that had the great fortune in the railroads and the shipping in New York City? Anyway, I read it. Cornelius Vanderbilt. He was under massive attack by short sellers. He almost lost everything, but he put his whole fortune on the line and won. Question is, when did they change the rules to allow short selling? I am sure when they came up with this concept of a stock market, they didn't allow short selling. That's the question.
I think it was in the 1925. But the shorts, the rich people figured out betting against the companies. That's when it started. Back then. And they're tweaking the rules, and they keep telling us we need short sellers. Without them, we're all a bunch of morons. And everybody on this phone knows if you're going to sell your house and your house is worth $500,000, someone knocks on your door and offers you $1.2 million, you don't need a short seller to tell you to sell your house, right? When it's overvalued.
No.
I told you I sold a 2014 Lexus I had. I bought it for $19,000. I put 80,000 miles on it, and 99,000 miles. put the numbers into Carvana, and they offered me 16,500. I hit sold faster than they could. I outside cleaning it. They came and got it the next day, gave me 16.5. I used it for 2.5 years, and I got almost 90% of my money out. What, are you kidding me? I needed to call up a short seller. Maybe Jim Chanos could have told me, hey, you got to sell your car. It's overvalued. They're a bunch of shitheads. You guys don't understand it. They're a bunch of shitheads, the short sellers. Everything is negative. It's negative. It's negative. That's how they live their lives. It's negative. I've been around them. I've done work with them. It's negative, negative, negative. And you walk away saying, these guys are always so negative. But what happens to the public company? All the employees get fired. My friend worked at DNDron back in the day. They had a big facility out in New Jersey. He worked at the building. Everybody loved working there. They're working on a cancer treatment, prostate cancer, I think it was. And the shorts were doing everything in their power to put it out of business. And the people there couldn't believe it. And their data was good. But that's, I mean, just they just don't care. It's just about money. Got me. I don't understand it. Like I always tell you people, how big a steak do you want to eat? How many times a day can you eat it? I don't know. It got me. I don't understand it.
So as a clue on finger, what volume should you look out for on a day? The question is, should we watch the volume when finger starts to run?
Well, you can count the volume. We say the short is 220 million. If we're trading 10 to 20 million shares a day, you know, when you can add up 150 million, you don't have to wait to get to 220. You say, okay, you know, I added up over a 20-day period, it's traded 190 million. You could say, okay, maybe these guys are closing out. The stock's $400. I think I'm going to get out. If you want to do that. But looking for a sign in volume, there is no sign anymore. Look at Root. It's up. It was up to 64 on 142,000. That's what it's going to bin out. There's going to be no selling. So when you go to buy it, there's no more selling. Once the sell button is taken away, there is no one making a market in the stock anymore unless a long comes in and sells it. That's going to be the selling. That's it. It's going to be the shorts on the bid. No more sellers by the short. And let's say William wants to sell 1,000 shares. The stock could be 330 to 360. William would be the offer at 360. The short will eventually take it. It'll go 360 to 450 until they find the next seller. There's no more market in it. The shorts will not make a market in the stock anymore. They'll only be on the buy side. Do you understand that?
They lost control of Root.
They lost control of Root. There you go. Exactly.
That gapped open from what? Not 8 or 9 at 12 or 13?
$7 to $86.
Yeah, and then it ran to 86. Yeah. It's just, and it looks like it's starting to run again, you know?
It's 64.01 to 64.52, a 50-cent spread.
Yeah.
Once they make a spread like that, there's no one playing anymore. It's over with.
Yeah. They're in trouble.
All right. Look at the spread start to open up, like even DJT, it's 11 cents, 12 cents, whatever the hell it is. I mean, the spreads start to get bigger. Before, it was every penny. 31 to 32, 32 to 33, 33 to 34. That's the shorts closing the gaps. Once they start to move away, it's a different game.
This interesting point, Lee Wills, who's a long-term shareholder, he dollar cost averages. He thinks it's safe to say the GTII dividend hasn't done anything for the share price. That I agree with, but what I'm intrigued by, for over 90 days, I think since December, January time, I've been trying to get my dividend free to trade. they haven't been able to do it. So I'm interested to see
Okay,
if,
so you all got it wrong. The dividends are not here to make it wealthy for you, to make it a great
no, I
thing.
agree.
The dividend is for us to throw a monkey wrench in the brokerage firms and the shorts.
Exactly.
The disconnect is the brokerage firm to the short. I didn't say investors, the brokerage firm to the short seller. The dividend, if the brokerage firm doesn't have it, they need to go to the short to get it. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
The brokerage firms have taken the liability of the short seller. And you would sit there and say, your E-Trade, you're going to sit there, you're supposed to say, hey, we owe this dividend, okay? We have nothing to do with it. We have nothing to do with it. Why would we take the liability of the Kramers and Alpine who sold these shares short, right?
Mm-hmm.
Call them up and tell them they owe us and they got to send us, 10 million dividend shares. But the brokerage firms are so lazy, they took the liability and they're all on the hook for it. Now, if we had deep pockets, or William, you went to goddamn law school, you could be suing the shit out of the brokerage firms because they don't have it. But we don't have a law firm behind us. Who would ever think that every brokerage firm would act together and all take the liability of the criminals? I would never. They should be calling the criminals, but they don't. And here they are, your brokerage firm is protecting the criminals than your interests. That's exactly what they've done. And that's what I want to explain to DJT, to do a special dividend, because when they do a dividend, I can guarantee you the brokerage firms are going to do what's the right thing, is make sure the shorts deliver it. We don't have the power, because we're a bunch of nobodies, to force that issue. They have the power. He has the power to do it. We do not. Because if he comes out, Devin Nunes comes out and tells Congress or wherever and says, hey, we gave out a dividend, the brokerage firms don't have it, and I demand that, and you get to look into that, they're all going to fold and run. Who did I tell it to? I told it to William, and he's telling it to you. We don't have the power to force E-Trade, Merrill Lynch, Goldman Sachs to do anything. We put them on the spot and see that they take the liability for it or they go after the short sellers. For some crazy reason, they took the liability of it. And they made the wrong rules. And what do? They tell people like William, oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. The company sent it to you. You should have it a year ago. William?
Yeah, I'm listening. Oh, it was the commercial. I guess I'm way behind. That commercial was a Bose speakers commercial.
Right.
Jack is saying.
Correct.
Which is the speaker that you're talking on right now, is a Bose speaker.
So I just put on Twitter for a second, and Paulie V, whoever he is, he put up finger ready explode. He has Martin Shen, the CEO of the video. People, watch the video. The CEO is either committing fraud, telling us all lies about how good things are going, and he's putting on a video. If the CEO meets you in a dark alley and tells you everything's going great and doesn't put it on a video, I would be leery about it. So the guy's doing a video right for you.
Scott is pointing out that they're trading 100 shares at a time, and if you multiply it by 0.0001, it's a penny. So they're spending a penny to move the price 5 to 10 cents sometimes. That's
all they're doing. They're using no money to manipulate the stock. I put it up every day. How does a stock go lower and there's no selling? They're just going back and forth with 100 shares. All they're trying to do is 100 shares is hopefully, and when they hit the bid, they want to hear a guy like William say, oh man, I can't stand it anymore. It doesn't go up. Sell my 5,000 shares. That's what they're looking for. That's what this whole little thing is. This whole dance is that, to get you to sell.
And I'm sure it's legal.
But the time has run out. We now have the most powerful man in the world on our side. If you love him, hate him, I really don't care. The guy is gonna expose the fraud that I've been screaming about since 1988. He's going to help close it up and expose it. And
It
stop
was a Maxwell tape ad. Maxwell tape
That sounds like it, right? The guy was sitting in the chair.
in the chair.
His scarf was blowing back and his hair was blowing back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what it is. But that's how fast and how far it's gonna go. I mean, these guys, look at Root. It's up. You guys all looking for volume. Root is up $2.12 right now on 155,000 shares. That means that the sellers don't exist anymore. There's no liquidity fairies in here providing liquidity anymore. They're gone. Remember, the stock was just $7. What changed to make it worth 65 now? A short is trying to cover. That's the only thing that's changed. It was 65. It was 85. They were in a panic to cover. They were trying their best. And once they get to a level, they pull the plug, walk away for 10 days, let the stock come in, and then we come back and do it. That's what they're doing. This is a controlled buy in Root. And professional traders would be buying it around, I can't tell you, it's hedge funds. Hedge funds see this type of pattern, and what they would do is buy it on the dip as it starts to go up like this. They would go out and buy 10,000 shares at the market. Let's say you're long 500,000 shares at, let's say $60 on Root. A hedge fund will go out and go buy 10,000 at the market and drive it up to 67, 70. As it starts going, they make some of the sales that they paid 64, always up to 70. And then if it pulls back down, they throw bids in there again and they make themselves $6, $7 on it. And they torture the shorts, trying to force them to pay higher. That's what hedge funds do. And that's what they did in GameStop. Again, if George is still here, George had never even watched AMC. I was focused on GameStop. I turned around, GameStop was going, Bed Bath & Beyond was going. There was a company that made some shitty speakers I can't remember the symbol of that thing. KOSS. That went from $2 to $125. KOSS.
Yeah, one guy's bemoaning where the price of GTII, but that's where
We all listen.
Yeah.
My friends own so many shares. I can't say anything. What would you like me to do? I can't wave a magic wand. The government has not forced the bad guys to cover. The government gave us the proof. What can we do? The only thing that can make it better is the CEO resigns and people put in real companies in here. I can't do anything about it. My friends are not happy. My family's not happy, but I can't sit here all day and say the same shit every day when nothing is going on.
Yeah.
Finger Motion's got shit going on. It's got shit going on Monday. I can't talk to Donald Trump's people about GTII, who doesn't have a business, and people are screaming at the CEO to do a business. Eventually, you got to do something. What can I tell them? They're going to say, you don't have a business. I'm going to shave my hands up. Oh, yeah, but this is our best. This is the one we want to put in the front to help save us. Finger Motion is the best of the bunch. It's actually got better fundamentals than Donald Trump stock. They have $250 million in cash. They're building a business, but Finger Motion is past that. They got 7 different businesses going on right now. You don't need to have $1 billion in the bank. You need to have businesses with opportunities. And Finger Motion has that right now.
And any one of those finger businesses is a company maker. And,
Well, it's the same thing as DJT. He's doing streaming now, right? Mm-hmm. He's doing streaming. He's going to do it. Finger Motion's in the business already. So it's a small company that's going to grow to be a bigger company. That's what I'm presenting to Congress and everybody. It's Finger Motion. I can't present GTII. If I do that, they'll kick us out the curb, and that'll be the end of our story.
Yeah, life is such. This gentleman.
If Finger Motion goes to the moon, trust me, we'll come back and do whatever we can to make it work. But I can't do it unless they do something.
On the
I
other
can't do anything else.
side, this guy Bill is still holding 17,500 finger shares. He's not even really interested in the short squeeze. He thinks it's a $30 investment, in his opinion. So they're,
What? And look at the market in root right now. It's 64.60 to 65.20, 80-cent spread.
Wow.
That is the sign that the sell button has broken. There's no more selling. Look at the spread. I'm just showing you so you understand what it looks like. This is a controlled short trying to cover. Controlled, meaning they still have control of their mess.
Right.
GameStop, they lost control. Lost control means it goes up and it goes as fast as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Root, they're looking for sellers. They're probing. Where's the sellers? Where are they? That's what they're looking for there. DJT, they're looking for people to sell, and it keeps moving up slowly. Soon it'll start to gap and really start running. All right, and finger motion, I expect it to just keep doubling, ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Once it goes, it's going to be a short seller out of control. That's what that's going to be.
Joe wants me, but I think it'd be better for you, and you just did it. He bought 25,000 shares, I assume, of Finger, and he says, tell me it was a smart move. Fork Lind Partners.
Well, I can tell you that I'm with you on fucking Lind Partners. And I listen, these guys, I don't know them. But why would you want to sit here and be known as a murderer every day? I don't understand it. Do you want to walk down the street? Think of all the crazy people. I'm not crazy. All right. Think about someone like my friends who lost 400,000 when the stock went from 7 back always down. They were bought stock on margin and they lost money. Those guys are sick motherfuckers, and they're not happy. People like that are sick. I just said it again, sick, very sick people, and they're not happy. People like that get angry, and one day maybe they get pissed off. Why would you want to do that to people? I just don't get it. It just shows that they have no talent. He lies that he said he can trade Yahoo calls and puts. He's full of shit. Because if you're a good trader, you can always make money. They can't trade. They know how to steal. Their lawyers set it up. They know the rules. Their SEC's tipping off the hedge funds about the rules. What do you think? That's what their edge was. Look at that fat fuck. Stabby management, Hal Mintz. That guy can trade. Your ass he can trade. He's sitting at the Nick game laughing, in $1,000 seats, stealing everybody's money. That's what they do. There's no trading here. They're crooks. Anyway, sorry about that.
No, it's
You just got nothing better to do to get me riled up, right?
well, you didn't have a chance to whack something on the paddleball court.
Oh, I hit a guy today. I went and played this morning. We had a blackout, so I left. I couldn't get on my computer.
This gentleman.
Remember, people, if you're posting anywhere, the word is counterfeiting. DJT. Tell Devin Nunes, counterfeiting. Stop with the other thing.
CYDY.
That is a heavily shorted stock. I forgot what they do, but
Pancreatic cancer.
That's no big deal. No
and breast cancer.
Kill it. And they did. I think it squeezed one time to 10. I'm not sure, and they beat it right back down.
Jenny's pointing out that the 12 months has gone by, and IBKR, this other gentleman saying, is still using the excuse of the Rule 144.
They
We'll
make
see.
up their own, William.
They don't have the
They
stock.
make up
They
their
don't
own
have the
rules.
dividends.
What would you say if someone knocks on your door and you were supposed to you're supposed to pay him back today? Oh, the dog ate my homework. I forgot. I'll go to
I
the
know
bank
what we
tomorrow,
used to
I
say.
promise.
I know what we
You say
used to
those
say
things and
before
everybody makes it up.
fax machines and the internet. I know what we used to say. Oh, well, let me ask New York. We sent it overnight and the answer will come back in 2 or 3 days.
You make up any story you can, right? Everybody on this phone has been broke at some point, didn't have the money, and you made up whatever story. I'll get to pay that bill next week. They call you up, you owe money on your car, your insurance is late, whatever. That's what the brokerage firms are doing. And why would these brokerage firms take the liability of criminals? I don't understand it, because the only thing we've done as a shareholder is own the stock, waited for our dividend. You're supposed to give me my dividend, and you won't give it to me because you're making up different stories every day. What's the difference? Do you have it? Yes or no? That's the easiest thing. If they don't have it, you get the stories. And everyone calls me up and gives me a different story every day. And it's our fault. What am I supposed to say? If DJT does a special dividend, trust me, there'll be a congressional hearing when people don't get their dividends. And the brokerage firms will get hung at that point because they are powerful people. And we want them to do a dividend, so we put the brokerage firms on the spot. If the brokerage firms are short because of a short seller, they need to call the short seller and buy in or get delivery of the stock. That's the problem, not us. They're the disconnect. The brokerage firm needs to call the short seller. Hey, we bought 10,000 shares from you. You never delivered it to me. If you don't deliver it to me, I owe this client 10,000 dividend shares. Instead of calling the short seller up, the brokerage firm just said, hey, William, sorry about that. We owe you the dividend. We're working on it. Instead of calling the short seller up. Tell me what sense that makes. Who would do that? And they're getting away with it because we're all poor bastards. When DJT does it, they have the money and the power to expose them. They're dead. And that's what's coming. And I guarantee you'll see my fingerprints all over it.
So
They use the same stupid words that I use.
Here's an action item, action question. And of course, you can't answer it for him specifically. But Louis wants to know, would you sell GTII to buy Finger right now?
I would say, if I told you that, Finger would go down and GTI would go straight up.
It's always that way. It's always that way.
It happens to me every time. So I'm petrified to do anything like that. But William always has a good point. William, you still with me?
Yeah, this guy's asking me. I just want to quickly tell him.
William has a great point about that, though.
What is that?
You always say to me, you know what? And I've done it a lot of times where I take it my loss, take it what's money left, and I start it over again. And I'll give you the quick story again. Many years ago, I got destroyed in something, and I was down to no money. I took money off my credit card, and I forgot how many calls I bought in USX, letter X. It was US Steel. And I bought them, and I thought it was going to work by a certain period. And I put every penny I had, and I borrowed every penny to buy it. And the stock was $29. I needed to go past 30. And my options were like, 2 days ago, they were at a penny, 2 pennies. I had no money to even buy any more. And the stock just languished here. Friday comes, and at 10 to 4, I'm dead in the water, sitting with no value, nothing. Carl Icahn comes in, and he bought like 50 million shares and took the stock to 33. So options that was zero, that I paid nothing for, it was all the money I had, I wound up making $300,000
Hmm.
in the last 9 minutes of the day before they expired.
How'd
I
you
mean, so-
explain that to your mother?
I was kissing the ground. What are you kidding me? And it just shows you that I took whatever penny, I took my losses and everything, and I rolled it into something else, and it worked.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that Williams always told me the same thing. He goes, sometimes if you think you have something better, you make that decision and you do what's best for yourself. Again, you can sell that, buy finger goes up $20. You can go back and buy 5 times the amount. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I can't advise you on that because I don't know. GTI's got 500 million shares short. At any given time, that could erupt. I just want to see the company do something. Okay, they hired a guy that's a deal maker. Richard Hoffman has been communicating with them. He said he had a guy the other day wants to put a company in here. No one wants to give a company to everybody that's 80 plus years old. I don't even think they know what the internet is. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm no spring chicken, but these people, Williams says, have what do you call it, William? They aged out.
Aged out.
All right, the time has passed them by, and they're in the wrong spot now. What are you gonna do?
So the question was actually, he's corrected. It's for you, not for me, about Twitter post you made regarding the stock that I don't talk about anymore. That begins with a letter at the end of the.
All right, what do you want to know? Say it. ZJYL.
Yeah, you posted yesterday something about its action coming soon. I guess
his action is coming soon. The people that owned all the stock before the split still own all the stock, and they tell me it's going to 100. Unfortunately, I can't buy it because I put all the money in GDC at $3.80. So I'm sitting here. If ZJYL is going to 100, I can guarantee you GDC is going to $10 or $15.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So that's how I'm looking at it. So I'm cheering ZJYL on as much as you are. Trust me.
So
the one that really kills me is that I can't believe this TELO. The company has made a statement they're working on enhancing your life, and these guys just keep trying to knock it down.
They're going to live forever.
To me, forget living. I mean, I got it, but it's just remarkable. For one guy owns the whole goddamn company. I know there's a group in the Midwest that's bought about 600,000 shares. My friends own about 400,000, and there's no stock. And I bought it for my kids and everybody at $9, and it just keeps. And I came in the other day after the conference, William, and they attacked it down to 5 something. It bounced back a little bit, and it's just remarkable. And this is a company that's a new company. It's not even like it's and they're not guessing about what they have. They know what they have already. And John Hopkins is doing all the testing on it, and the shorts kill it. I don't understand it why, but again, I'm not going to follow it that closely every day. I have a small position in it, between the family and friends, probably 50,000 shares. But again, it's not big, and it is what it is. So I'm just I'm hoping it works, because guess what? I want to live my days in good health, and if that can help us, I'm all in on it.
They have a new drug that replaces hair too.
It's called the toupee.
I'm just kidding.
I can get that fixed in a minute. I tell you what, I've held on. I'm the longest male in my family. It's held on the longest, and it doesn't bother me. I could care less.
I don't have much room to talk anyway. On that, the Devin Nunes, however you say his name, he talked about RICO in his interview and his letter. This gentleman's asking, will Congress include brokerage firms in the examination of RICO violations?
I am 100%, gonna tell them about doing the special dividend. And instead of suing people that are gonna go bankrupt, all right, all these LLCs that are short your stock, do the dividend because you pass the liability onto the deep pockets. Do you follow me? So answering that question, I want to show them how to move the mess from the short seller to Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan. We want to move that mess to them because then you can sue them. That's what you want to do.
Deep pockets.
Deep pockets. You want to get the deep pockets.
Too big to fail.
No, they're going to fail. Listen, you're going to start seeing, as DJT keeps putting the pressure on in DC, when they say there's a congressional hearing going on, it's over. So you have your choice, everybody, on this phone call right now. I'm telling you, there's going to be a congressional hearing at the highest level. Jim Jordan's going to head it. Okay? Jim Jordan is Donald Trump's right-hand man. He's a pit bull. I enjoy watching him. I was the first guy to try to get him to go after in this symbol ROOT. I tried everything. But once they get this thing going and they announce that there's going to be a congressional hearing, you tell me what the stocks are going to do. I personally think Finger Motion and I think DJT is going to go further. And I think Finger Motion is going to start jumping also because we're tied to the hip. Believe it or not, we're in that same group. We may be running second place right now, but we're catching up. We're right there. All right. And we're passing the information to DJT. All right. My friends are in communication with them 6 times a day. And the word counterfeiting is starting to come out of their mouths. Where do you think that's coming from? But when they announce it, it's over with. You'll be chasing stocks.
This gentleman, truck driver, he's asking you your numbers in the 2 stocks you just talked about that I said I would stop talking about.
They told me GDC is going to 50 and the other one's going to 100.
And that 100 is less than the translation prior to the forward split.
Whatever the price is now, it's going to 100. So you got $97, $96 room in there. Okay. What can I tell you? I don't know.
So David, the numbers changed from because they extract.
Well, I think if you go back $100, if you do go back and reverse it, I think that's 1,000 or some crazy number. Maybe you can tell me. I don't know.
Yeah, well, he's saying that the target was 1,500. So maybe I don't know.
Oh no, that's before. I think.
Yeah.
1,500 was before the split. Now they got the split. It's a different number. I think. Something like that. I don't know. Listen, kiss your ass and hope it goes to 80. Forget 100. If it gets to 80, if those other guys are selling at 100, get out at 80. How's that one?
Well, that's true. All of these stocks, you want to sell while the volume is there. You want to sell while it's running, and you want to make sure that the guy buying it from you has a reason to make a profit. In other words, just get a B plus on the trade. Don't try for an A
sell it
plus.
while it's going up.
Yeah.
What is it that? Just think about it. I can't remember the ride. Like you're going up a ride, a roller coaster, and it runs out of steam and it goes backwards. So as it's going up the hill, you want to sell as it's charging up the hill, not falling backwards.
Right.
Always sell when they're running. And if you want to be safe about it, sell smaller parts. Sell, if you got 1,000 shares, you sell 220, 230, 240, 50, 60. And you can hold on to the 200. You get a 60, 50 cent, $50 average. And, you don't get the top, you don't get the bottom, and you're happy. That's the way to play.
DJT is $42.99. Are you out of your
mind?
Just
remember, it's gone. It's 43.05 offering now.
Well, so I guess I'm behind.
You see the same little march up like you see in Root? That is a controlled buy-in, slow, steady. Root is up 2.5, 253 on 178,000 shares. Once they take the sell button away, the game changes. Finger motion keeps going back and forth between 30 and 34 like it means anything. It doesn't mean nothing, zero. But they're sitting here all day doing this, you know, changing the offers, changing the bids. I don't even know what they're doing. It's a waste of time.
Is
If
it?
it was me,
Yeah.
again, if it was me and I was trapped like this, I would spike it up, walk away, spike it up, walk away, like Root is doing, and just try to get out of this mess. But the longer they do it, when the good news comes, then they can't do anything. They're trapped. And that's what they're doing. They're doing the worst thing possible. The worst thing possible is what? Letting the news
Trading your
dictate how they're
error,
gonna trade.
trying to trade your error is the worst thing possible.
Well, that's exactly right. They're trying to trade their error, and they're waiting for the news. If there is news coming, the news will determine how fast they're going to have to cover. Think about that.
Mhm.
You're sitting there looking at it saying, okay, if they do a deal at Alibaba, we just got to run and start buying this thing. And I would look at them and say, why don't you start buying it now, you idiot? You know something's coming. Everybody knows. What is it? We don't know exactly what it is. We've been hearing it. The CEO's telling you something's coming. But yet they sit here and they're just frozen. And they're frozen for a reason, because they want you to give up on it. That's why they're frozen. They're hoping you panic and you sell it. That's what they're looking for. These attempts, these attacks have slowed down, and they're running out of steam. They know if they charge and try to push it down below 3, that there's buyers there. You know, where are you going now? And that's the problem that they're facing right now. Because the fundamentals of the stock are worth more than where it is now. Any attacks down, people who have sold it, who have, you know, given up, when they see a dip, they step in and buy it then.
Would you buy DJT?
You know what? I'm not a chaser. I told you the last 2 days buy cheap calls, and this way you don't have to be nervous about it. I do believe, again, I've never watched the trade for a long time, so I'm jumping into the game like we all are. And looking at this thing, you have to be criminally insane to be short it. You know, maybe they call Devin Nunes up and they sell 50 million shares at, you know, $60 and they get a big payday. I don't know. I don't know them. I couldn't tell you. But we know Finger Motion is not raising the money. They're not doing anything down here. They're giving us a special dividend. They're doing bang, 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 bang. So it may not be the most exciting stock, but there's none of that. You know, if it was, I told you, if it was higher, you know, like when it was 7.19 and the bear raid came and capybara and the fraud, when it gets higher, there's risk. When you're down here, there's no risk. The risk is very minimal here. If you buy it at $3.30 and 5 days from now it's $3.28, and you say, yeah, fuck this, it ain't moving, you lose 2 cents. You know what? That's not that bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
You took a shot in the market, it didn't work, you lost 2 cents, and you move on. What happens if you buy it and it just takes off from that point? You stay 3 days, 4 days, it's 3.30, and then all of a sudden, boom, and then it goes. I look for things that have the least amount of risk, where you can sit and sleep at night. And, you know,
and that's the trade-off. When you do that, you might have to wait. And that's the retail trade-off. Trading desks would rather buy higher because they get their move. They're only trying to get 20 to 60% of the move. Get it quickly and move and go to the sideline.
Listen, William, a trading desk.
You know about it. I don't.
We're paid to make pay. We're paid to make money.
Right.
I'm not paid to be. I'm not a asset manager.
Right. To be in the right asset allocation.
I'm not going to buy 1 million shares of something and go to lunch every day and come back
Right.
go to work on Monday and come back next Monday. That's not how it works.
Right.
You know, on a given day, I was involved in 5 to 10 stocks in a given day, up, down, sideways, all around them. At the end of the day, you know, we count up how many shares I did, and I said, okay, I did, 2.7 million shares today in trading back and forth. And, my job was to make profit for the firm off of anything we bought or sold or shorted, and whatever commissions we did. At the end of the day, the next day we came in, those 6 names that I played the day before, I never even touched them again. I never even went back at them with different names the next day. It's very different. If you're in asset management, you buy, 10 million shares of something and you go to lunch for 3 years and come back and hopefully it works. But we're not paid to do that. So you have to look at it, what's best for you. You want risk? Go trade NVIDIA. It's up and down 30 points a day, 53 today. It was 7 something the other day. Almost, I think, 12% up and down. I mean, it's ridiculous. There's your risk. That's a risky stock. That's a casino stock. Tesla's the same thing. These things are up and down. Those, I always tell you, if you want action, go trade those names. Costco up $7 today. Names you don't pay attention to. They go up and down like crazy. UNH, I talked about yesterday, was up 6, another 3. I mean, these are names that are big names that have plenty of volatility. You want to go play volatility? I do not want to play volatility anymore. You want to play volatility? Good luck. Go throw a dart. I just want to tell you something. I was flashing through YouTube looking for pickleball drills, and I started finding a guy who goes to Las Vegas or lives in Las Vegas. He puts like $20,000, $30,000 into slot machines. I started watching this idiot play slots. I don't know who's a bigger idiot, me or him. And I actually watched every roll, every spin for hours. I fell asleep. He was still on the same game. And he hits jackpots. He wins 10,000, 5,000, 8,000. And last night I watched him, and he took a couple of small losses, 800 on one machine, 300 or 1,000. But I mean, he's swinging like crazy. I mean, he's throwing in $10,000 into nickel slots. He bets the max, and it comes out to be like $32 a roll or a spin. I mean, that's craziness. And here it is. I'm watching him, and he's got 500,000 followers. Think about that. Some idiot putting money into a slot machine. He's got 500,000 people watching it, and it's a game of chance.
Hey, it's content.
We're educating people on how to trade the stock market and to actually potentially make a living from doing something, and teaching you years of experience. And we get 1,000 people. I have 15,000 people following me. It's ridiculous.
Well, I will second that. You are teaching, and I don't think people understand the information you're giving. And I'm not insulting anybody, but if I had had the knowledge, if somebody on the trading desk had given me the knowledge you are giving when I was managing money, man, it would have been great. But there's a friction between the two, because the trading desks were profit centers, and so we didn't get to see behind the kitchen door what goes on. But what you're teaching us is amazing. It's amazing. This gentleman thanks.
I get disheartened because there should be, I was watching the NFL draft last night, William, and in Detroit, there's thousands and thousands of people watching in the audience, standing outside in the cold. I've granted all these young guys that earned it, they're going to become, big football players. And the stock market, which everyone plays in, 99% of the population has no clue what they're doing. No wonder they get ripped off.
Oh, yeah. Well, but that's partly on purpose. Wall Street wants people just to be numb and dumb.
Listen, I appreciate it. Like George, he's learned, and I see him learning, and he didn't come from my world.
Well, he's
And
also asked the questions. He's not afraid to ask the questions.
No, I'm just saying, but there's a gentleman that's, he puts videos out, he talked, and I watched them, and I thought it was great. And I'm glad that people ask me questions, and I'm standing here, hopefully answering them. Again, I'm not always right. If anyone tells you they're right all the time, they're full of shit. And by the way, William, I'm right all the time. I'm only kidding.
So this gentleman's thanking you. He's already up a 32% on DJT because of your talking. So he appreciates
Well, the way I would do it with DJT is you wait to the end of the day. You can sell it with 3 minutes to go. Hopefully you sell it at $50, and you can take some of the profit and you can buy the 80 calls for next week at 10 cents, 20 cents, or 30 cents, and never look at it again. And you take your profit off the table.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. It's where you lock it in. You say, okay, you know what? I made 32%. I gave back 3%, and I put 28 in my pocket. I'm done for the week. And say, man, if I can make 28% a week, I'll do pretty well, right?
Oh God,
Think about that. Just remember, my older brother told me, try to make $100 a day is $500 a week, $2,000 a month.
That's what we were
Go
told.
$200 a day. You get good at it. You want to make $200 a day. All right. Then all of a sudden you're $1,000 a week, $4,000 a month. I told you when I stopped and I didn't want to do this anymore, I was making $15,000 a day trading. I can't sit in front. You got to sit in front of a computer from 8 in the morning to 4:30. I don't want to do it anymore. Don't get me wrong. I want the money, but I'd rather have my life, and I don't want to do it anymore. So I decided that it's getting nice out. I'd rather go outside and play ball, entertain myself. And you know what? It comes when it comes. That's how I'm looking at it now.
Why don't you
But
join?
there's opportunities.
Why don't you try fans only? You might be a hit.
What the hell is that?
I don't know, really. To me, it's like women getting in a cage and being a strip tease. But I guess you go on fans only, and people send you money as you take your clothes off.
I don't want it. I'm doing it. I could care less.
I don't know what it is, but
people
make money on it.
I want Lynn partners broke and in jail. They wanted to hurt people. They could care less. And you know what? I'm not allowing it. That's it. That's my motivation here. That's it. I was taught to never back down, and that's how I am. That's just the way it is. I know when to fold. I know when to go away. I know it. But this is different. These guys are sitting here. It's complete fraudulent activity, and I can't stand it. That's it.
I guess Market Watch is attacking DJT. I don't know. That's normal. I think that they're going to bring out it's a battle. It's real money. And they're in here to win. And they're going to try to buffalo everybody that this doesn't happen. So I don't see really many more questions. And I'm going to go get my hair cut today before I go up to New York City, where the girls are pretty.
Put a bag on your head. Get it over with. It's over with, William. I'll give you, put 2 bags on in case the first one breaks.
Oh, gross. I don't like that imagery at all. So your stock, DJT, is up 4.5 smackers. That's pretty good.
Listen, these guys are trying everything. Get it down. Stop the momentum. We're dying here. That's what they're saying.
Fingers
just like
up.
They threw at us. They threw Captain Barra. They made him write a fake report. Then all the wolves attacked with him, trying to drive the company. They tried to break it below 2. I think it was 2. I can't remember. They tried to knock it down. The stock firmed up. It turned back up, finger motion. And now what? Now they're trying to hold it below 330. Why? I have no idea. How does a stock tick down when there's no selling? That's all you need to know. DJT was falling into the toilet bowl. Now it's doubled. It's $43. They were killing it. And Tom told them, you got to strike now. And they did. And the board of directors and everybody stepped up and they attacked. And now they look like heroes. Now Devin's got to get out there. Everything he's saying, William, right? Once it's seen, it cannot be unseen, right?
Yeah.
We have videos of him on Lou Dobbs. I'm working with the NASDAQ. He's on Lou Dobbs. They're counterfeiting shares. He's on Lou Dobbs. We're gonna get hearings next week. He's on there telling the world. It's all in a video. What did I tell you about CEOs that make videos? They're telling the truth. Martin Shen is told the truth. He's doing videos every day. He talks about it whenever he does his videos, excuse me. Devin Nunes is out there telling you the truth. This guy was in charge of the, what was this committee, William? I forgot.
I don't remember his committee. He was out of California. He was conservative.
Yeah, he's, I forget the committees, major committee.
Yeah, he did. He had
I think it was
investigations.
intelligence,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
So this guy knows all the dirt. He knows how the game is played. He knows who to call. Hey, remember me? I helped you out. You better help me out here. That's it. That's what's going to happen here.
Well,
So, all right, for the gentleman that owns DJT, congratulations. I wish you the best. I hope it goes to the moon. These guys are not stopping. Christian Shaughnessy put up, I sent all the stuff this morning from Buy-ins.net. It's right there. Look at the stuff, look at the numbers. It's right there. They're not stopping. They're putting out all the information. He's speaking, he's talking. He's your leader. And behind him is Donald Trump, the most powerful man in the world. I don't know about you. To me, that's game, set, match. And if Lynn Partners wants to keep playing the game, tiptoeing back and forth with their friends, they'll do it until they electrocute them. That's it. All the people on death row don't always try to fight to the end, right? Same thing.
yeah.
They want to try to move it down. Hurry up, make it red. Everyone's going to panic if it's red today. Just remember, that's the thinking of the short seller. If we could just move the stock down and don't make it green while DJT is going crazy, maybe the people will forget that they're tied together. That's their pattern. That's what they're thinking about. That's all they're thinking about. If you look at it, it's 328 to 332. 100 shares to buy. There's always 1,200 for sale. It's always the same thing. It's always a big seller, a seller. It's always bigger than the other one. If you ever played the game of Risk, William, all right, remember all the little pieces when you're conquering the world?
I
They
did
always
play
make it
that.
and you always had more armies than the neighboring country. That's what this is like. There's always one army, one soldier versus 12 soldiers. To me, that's how I look at it. The game
That's
of
where I
Risk.
learned you should never get into a land war in Asia.
But anyway, that's all it is. Anyway, guys, listen, I'm going to run out. I got things to do. Have a great weekend and good luck.
Thanks for stopping by.
No problem. Have a great day.
All right, bye.
Call ended.
All right. So I don't know where to go from here because I need to go. I got some things to do. I really want to finish this gold deal follow-up with all of you guys. And I've got to get ready to go to New York. I got to get my hair cut. So I think I'm going to sign out. But I can hang out for a little while if you let me just go take a little break to go to the men's room. I'll be right back. I will be right back. boy, I love you so much. Anyway, I think it was David asking, my numbers on that stock I'm not supposed to talk about, that you're asking about. You're right. If you did the arithmetic from 30,000, you come up with the number you did. But what I'm hearing is, and I don't know if it's just out of caution, but I'm hearing lower numbers. But I'm hearing higher than what Ham recommended. So it's kind of confusing. I'm trying to bring something up to show you guys. It's kind of confusing what to recommend to you on how to, if you're going for the moon and you just want to get the highest price possible in that stock, which is right here. I don't know what number to give you. But my guess is it could go to your number that you said. It could go to the number you said in a spike. I really strongly recommend that you know, as it runs, you at least take your original money off the table and maybe even take a little bit to make a profit. Let me see if this is, I think this is it. Let me see if this is it. I'm trying to find this chart for you. And let me just see if it's the right one. Yeah, here. This is my chart of finger. This, while Ham was talking, my blue lines here, and I don't think you can see my cursor. Just so terrible how I drew them. I was trying to draw a line. If you can see these black highs that come down, there's 1, 2, 3 on a decline. Then this black line going up breaks that high. And my blue lines, I'm trying to show you that there's a pennant formation or a flag formation, whatever. I think finger is broken out. Now, I did draw this higher blue line just to observe that the red line, what if you wanted to draw it from that, you could. Anyway, I really think finger is showing signs of snapping out of this little sideways motion. I wanted to show you that. And then let me see if there was one other one I wanted to show you. If I can find it. This computer is so slow. I gotta blab while they give me the things to click on, but it takes a minute or two for them to form. There's an interesting article right now. I can't find it. From one analyst that says that the market, you're going to see the market here. Maybe this is it. That one is 301. Okay, it's this one. This is, I forget which stock this is. Oh, it's DJT. I just wanted to show you this on DJT. The 200-day moving averages down here, which they tried to puncture and it didn't work. The 20-day and the 50-day, here's the 50-day, the 20 days here, they got that to turn down, which is a bearish sign. And sure enough, it went down brief. You know, it went, I don't know that it had much predictive ability, but it's not usually a good sign. But now the stock is rallying, and the stock went through the 20-day moving average. It's now fighting to get through the 50-day moving average, which is just on some computer somewhere. I don't see anything interesting in here. When you go sideways with your eyeball, I don't see anything that's going to cause any massive resistance. I suppose you could, if you go down here and you see this big volume on the way up just before April, I suppose you could argue that there was a lot of buying in this low $40 range, and that's causing some resistance. I suppose you could argue that. But the big reason that I've shown you this graph is there's a gap between $52.50 and $57.50 a share. And in my judgment, that will be filled. Once, if DJT breaks through $42 range and holds, it might go back and forth to before it goes, but it's going to fill that gap. It's going to fill that gap. So that's why I wanted to show you that. Now I'll go back to the comments, and it's slow to break. The computer is slow. There, it did it. It's pretty amazing computer considering how old it is. Let me go back up here. Chair of the House Intel Committee. There you go. And Hannah remembered that. Let's go to court. Thank you, Jenny L. Thank you, Jenny. Monday, fun day. Don't wish it away. Don't wish it away. I will take $100 per share for my MMTLP. Well, I was talking about that, Nico, with somebody yesterday. I don't think MMTLP is worth $100 a share to anybody, because you're going to have to convince them that the Wall Street or the justice system or Congress is going to settle for more than $100. And I don't think it's clear that that's in the cards yet. We can all argue that it's there, and I certainly do. I certainly think a settlement should be a pretty high number, but there's no evidence to a buyer that that's a good bet. So, Nico, I strongly suggest you move your MMTLP. I can't give you personal advice. So you got to analyze it yourself, to the transfer agent and get shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. Once your shares are at NextBridge Hydrocarbons, it seems to me, but I'm not a lawyer, it seems to me that if I wanted to sell these, I could find a buyer and say, I want to sell these for $100 a share. I could find the buyer. We'd probably have to have an escrow agent, and you would wire $100 to me. I would ask the transfer agent to change the name to Nico. However, it may be that, see, NextBridge is in this weird limbo. It's, I think, out of courtesy, reporting to the SEC, but I'm not sure private placements, you can make those kind of trades without informing the company and getting permission. So I don't know, Nico. All I can tell you is I think there's a business model there for the young aspiring attorney that would get involved. But I also think there must be some risks that I haven't thought of. One of the risks, Nico, is if I pay you $100 for your MMTLP and you send me an email saying that I bought them, and there's a settlement at $1,000, but you haven't moved the MMTLP shares into my name at your brokerage account, how am I going to enforce that purchase? So, Nico, I think number one, and I'm not going to go through it all over again here, but I've explained several times that MMTLP has value right now because there's what I would call the illusion, but certainly so far, there certainly, Nico, everybody that has tried to get their shares of MMTLP converted into NextBridge, whilst it may have taken a while, everybody's been successful so far. So MMTLP has the value right now that it has because it is, with our eyes, with our experience, transferable into one share of NextBridge. A private company, quasi if you want to say, but it's a private company which has oil and gas assets in the Oro Grande, the Permian Basin, basically, Texas, New Mexico. It's got some assets now in southern Louisiana and a couple of non-core assets as well. They are drilling. They have some revenue. They've got great management. They have a future. Oil's gone from 30 to 90. So, Nico, right now, MMTLP has arguably some value because it is transferable into NextBridge, which is worth something. But if you wait and do nothing, and the 165 million shares available from NextBridge are allocated to the first movers and the slow movers out of MMTLP into NextBridge, all you're going to have is MMTLP, and it's going to be worth next to nothing. Right now, MMTLP has value because it can be moved to NextBridge. This is my opinion. Move it. Move it. Move your MMTLP. My opinion, NextBridge is worth more than $100 a share. Once you get it in NextBridge in the name of Nico Belchick, you may be able to sell it. But as long as it's MMTLP, you're counting on what the lawyers on the other side say. You're counting on fraud players. You're counting on Congress that's captured. You're counting on regulators that do nothing. So it's up to you. It's up to you. No, my opinion, nobody's going to buy your MMTLP. Nobody. But they might buy your NextBridge shares. So what you need to do, in my judgment, I can't give you advice. You got to study it yourself. Get your own input. If you want to have a chance to collecting, to somehow writing up a contract that you can sell this asset, else, get it over to NextBridge. Yeah, if they have news on Alibaba, I heard that that's a rumor. I've never heard any confirmation of it. In terms of Univest, Stoney, I think the most likely thing is not that big 300 million shelf registration. The most likely thing is that $25 million further registration or a subset of that, doing something, either raising money or acquiring something. And that's about all I would expect on news from. I would assume it's going to involve Univest as the lead manager or the the organizer. But I don't know. I'm just speculating. Hey, Donna. The way I look at it, David, I would circle around 500 rather than circling around 1500. That's my opinion. But it could, you never know. You got it. That's why they make markets, and that's why they make volume. And that's why they make. I got to get a new computer. I'm sorry, David. That's why they make volume and computer screens so we can watch it. But I would use a third of that number as my target. Maybe two-thirds. Maybe two-thirds. That's just, I don't know. We're all guessing. We're all guessing. My computer is freezing, so I may sign off. Let me try to get to the bottom. Oh God. I can only just grin and bear it. I can't wait till I can upgrade. All right, I'll start at the bottom. I don't know why it's taking so long. Serenity now. Okay. All right, let me, God, it's all freezing. I'm so sorry. Every time I move my mouse, it freezes. Okay. Is Trump going to trigger the next GameStop? Maybe. But I think what it's going to do, Papa, is it's going to bring congressional attention and maybe validity, some sort of proof of concept or consideration of concept to this whole argument. And so people will not be able to be dismissed as wacko for bringing up counterfeit shares. Frozen. Thank you, Lazy. I do want to get a better service so I can show you level 2 and all that, but I just gotta go buy it. Jenny Rebecca, 4 days old. Well, if you want to believe that your brokerage firm has real shares of NextBridge in your account, I think that is your prerogative, and that shows a level of trust that they would appreciate. But I don't think anybody will buy it from you unless your shares are at the transfer agent and out of street name and into your name. But it's your call. It's your call. It's your call. Hey, Brent. That's great. I love that, Brent, that you got your real shares. I love it. At least you know you have an asset. And I'm not negative on well, number one, I think oil and gas is a place to be. It's not riskless. I just came from Cape Cod. I've never been. No, I've been to Cape Cod. I don't think I've been to the beach, but I was up there, I think, a long time ago. My girlfriend went to Cape Cod and I was jealous of her. I remember that. Yeah, Susan, I agree with that. Um, the weird thing is DJT, a lot of people will buy the stock just to show support. It's kind of illogical, but on the other hand, it's logical because it builds momentum. I agree with you 100%. I think the stock's going a lot higher. Whether or not the fundamentals are there. So I thank you, Susan. Crypto fan. Nextbridge may never have much more value than a mere penny stock. Well, I think it already does have crypto based on, I'll just show you quickly. There's the Torchlight report, and Torchlight was out there for seven years. I have it somewhere. I printed it out. Maybe it's right here. Yeah, good. It's right here, so I can show it to you. Crypto. I can show it to you. New field largest domestic onshore discovery in over 30 years. March 2020 Torchlight presentation. That's before you guys started shorting Torchlight and before you started shorting MMAT, and then you got MMTLP to trade and you started shorting that. But anyway, let me show you something. I've got all the paid, I didn't staple them, so they're a little bit out of order. See, crypto fan? You can say it's a mere penny stock, but the Midland Basin, the Delaware Basin, this is all the Permian. There's New Mexico, there's Texas, there's the Oro Grande, and I can't read that. But the theory is this is where the Earl is, and that is where the Earl is. So they have been making discoveries here. They have found additional layers. They have drilled something like 15 wells, and they're continuing to drill. You wouldn't, if they hadn't found anything, they wouldn't drill more. And they've drilled shallow. So you've got the Oro Grande Basin right next to the Delaware Basin. The geologist who had the theory here is the one they're working with here from Torchlight onward. This is the domicile of Pioneer that Exxon just bought for $30 a proven barrel. Okay, so crypto fan, this is the Torchlight presentation, and they can go to jail, unlike things that you might just throw out and say it'll never be more than a penny stock. They can't put opinion here. They have to put disclosures and say, we could be wrong, but they can't misrepresent. So I'll read it to you. Very large upside in potential hydrocarbon resources recoverable using third-party valuation. Third-party valuation. The low side, and this is recoverable, and this is Torchlight. before, this is when they had 75% of the Oro Grande. Nextbridge Hydrocarbons has increased their own ownership to 100% of the working interest. So the low side was 2.3 billion barrels recoverable. The median, the in between, 3.7 billion barrels recoverable. And the high side, 5 billion barrels recoverable. They drilled 6 pilot wells. And since then, they've drilled something like 10 more. And they've discovered additional benches. So let's just go with the low side case, crypto fan, of 2.3 billion barrels recoverable. It's not a prediction. 2.3 billion barrels recoverable. $2.3 billion barrels. That's the low side before they increased their ownership by 25% of the working interest. That's before they've made additional bench discoveries, I think 2. And it's when oil prices were $27 instead of $90, and et cetera, ignoring natural gas, all that. This says here, recoverable, low side case, 2.3 billion barrels. Okay, let's use that. Now, the outstanding shares, crypto fan, when the distribution was supposed to occur, it was the outstanding shares were something like 170 million shares. Right now, it's something like 270 million shares. The total authorized shares of Nextbridge are 500 million. Let's not use any other number than the total authorized, not the outstanding. So let's divide that. Let's divide that by 500 million shares. Let me get my computer. I need to divide 2.3 billion divided by 500 million shares. That gives 4.6 barrels of oil recoverable according to third-party valuation at the low side case. Doesn't mean it's true, but it's vetted. It's vetted. So that gives 4.6. Crypto fan, that gives 4.6 barrels of oil per share. And I'm intrigued why you would think that would be worth mere pennies, but let's just find out what oil is trading for. Today, WTI crude is oh God, I hate this computer. WTI crude is trading at $84. Brent crude is trading at $90. I rounded up a little bit. So let's not use $90 crypto. Why don't we just use $30, why don't we use $30, which is what Exxon paid for Pioneer a while ago when oil prices were lower? So 4.6 barrels of oil recoverable per share using the fully diluted, just the all authorized, unissued but authorized shares, 4.6 barrels of oil, low case, times $30. It's It's $138 a share crypto. So I'll tell you what, we'll see who's right. That your analysis, which I guess is extensive, that it's going to be a mere penny stock, which I suppose you could be correct, or if it's already well over $100 a share. That's great, Donna. I hope he doesn't ask for much back. Yeah, I did. I got him in. It took persistence. I got him on they issued them on March 28th, and I received them on April 9th. I got them, and I got these last year, so I did get them. I did, and I really recommend doing it while you can, because once it's over with, I think people will panic. Everything I'm saying, everything I'm saying won't be a matter of debate. It'll be just there, and people are going to try to rush in to get their shares. Okay, here's Crypto Fan with another not for nothing comment. McCabe can easily let NextBridge go bankrupt. He owns all the assets and selling it off, making himself rich. No, he can't. Can't do that. That's not true. The lawsuits would bankrupt him and his board and his other players. Can't do that, crypto. You're making things up. And you know what's great, crypto, because you're stuck obviously on the short side here. What's great about NextBridge Hydrocarbons, it doesn't trade. It's never going to trade. I don't think. I mean, in my opinion, it should never trade. If it does trade, it will only be after they get rid of you guys and they obliterate the short position in MMAT, Torchlight, and MMTLP, so that you can't move it over into a big block of counterfeit shares of NextBridge Hydrocarbons. So that's what's fun, is you can do this doom and gloom stuff, but you can't get out of your trap. You're trapped. That's what's so fun about it. You're using your same Basher's handbook, but the stock's not trading. You're stuck. So we'll see. We'll see. That's not true. He can't do that. You're just making it up. In order to move MMTLP shares, you must be one of the 60 original. And once I don't. You said a lot there. I kind of disagree on the first part of your statement, but I'll tell you what, if you might be right. If you wait and you haven't moved, in will come the argument from the other side of the table saying, hey, you weren't one of the originals. And that might be a cutting line after the fact. So you might be right about that after the boat is full, so to speak. But right now, if you own MMTLP, you can go get NextBridge Hydrocarbon shares. And I don't know why you would wait. Don't be the victim. Be the actor. Protect. If you had $20,000 in a car out on the street and it was unlocked you'd race out there and lock the doors, roll up the windows. Why would you leave your shares out there to the whims of the court system, journalists, Congress? Anyway, the other thing you say here, you say that MMTLP will only be worth $3. I could, after the shares are all moved, I can come up with situations in my mind where it's not worth anything. I can also come up with settlements over $1,000 a share. So I'm not trying to be negative, but why put yourself at that risk? I wouldn't put yourself at that risk. There's on Twitter, Roddy Chains talk that 99.9% sure that MMTLP is going to start trading in 90 days or next bridge. They won't trade. Just, I strongly recommend moving your shares. PS71, thank you. PS71, thank you very much. PS Boat 71 or Public School 71. Thank you very much. Wow. DJT is breaking out. Maybe it'll run now. Let's see where it is. No, they pulled it back, I think. 42.80. But 44.50, it might start to run. Finger is up to 328.98. Weird price. Logic's up. Yesterday, somebody pointed out it was down 20%. It's now up 17%. All I can say about Logic is we're getting closer and closer to that point at which they get their 2022, 2023, earnings and reports and all that, all up to date, restated, whatever they have to do. And then they'll be able, one would presume, to finalize the reverse merger and announce it. And we're getting it has to be by definition getting very close to that. And if I've run through the numbers, if it's worth 20 cents, 25 cents, 30 cents, 35 cents a share that we would be acquired, where does the stock trade once it's announced? Does it go down? I doubt it goes down. Does it go to 6 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents? Sure. Could it go to the value, whatever the value is? Sure. But anyway, that could be a double or triple of your money in the next short period of time. Thank you, David, crypto fan. No, I don't agree with that. So crypto fan is trying to convince you to stay in MMTLP because it can be worth a lot more if it can be proved that synthetic shares were sold. I don't know where that logic comes from. That goes along the idea that if that can be proven, Congress or lawyers or regulators can force, say, 2 days or 1 week of trading, and then compel the criminals to buy back the shares and make some sort of massive rally in the stock. That's not happening. There is absolutely zero incentive for criminals to do that. The second issue is if the lawyers or Congress or the regulators or the financial system or decide to settle at what I think should be $1,100, $1,200 a share, but some number. including a dividend, including penalties, including pain and suffering, including opportunity costs, paying for everyone, lawyers. The argument Crypto Fan is making is that'll go to MMTLP, but won't go to Nextbridge. And that's highly unlikely. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but the imbalance of real shares versus fake shares that are out there, just logically, will compel the system to make available to the real shareholders the settlement that at this point is pie in the sky, but could be offered to MMTLP chits. So I don't buy that argument. I don't think you give up the benefit of a settlement by owning Nextbridge. What you avoid by owning Nextbridge has real value. MMTLP is just like having a dry cleaner receipt showing up to the dry cleaners and it's closed, permanently closed. Well, wait a minute, where's my shirts? Well, we closed this branch. You can call our main office in Chicago, see what they'll do. Well, I'm going to sue. I'm going to sue. All you have is a chit. So Crypto Fan is trying to freeze you into inaction because the shorts, in my judgment, have a possible $100 billion problem. And it's going to put people in jail. It's going to wipe out assets. It's going to may take down prime brokerage firms when it happens. And a guy like Crypto might be getting a kickback for how successful he or she is in getting us to do nothing. We have given the regulators a year and a half of our life. We've given Congress a year and a half and 40,000 letters to the regulators, hundreds of thousands of impressions to Congress and to the regulators, and they've done nothing. So sitting on your rear end and holding MMTLP, hoping the Lone Ranger comes in and rescues you, I mean, it's a choice, but I think it's a stupid choice. I would much rather have my real shares in the new Discovery with a great management team who's on your side, and you can take that certificate and you can give it to your grandchildren, or you can hold it, and when Nextbridge maybe sells itself after they prove up their reserves, you can turn in that certificate. You don't have to go through Congress. You don't have to go through lawyers. You don't have to go through journalists. You don't have to go through regulators. You got it. So I think Crypto Fan is trying to freeze you into inaction. And I believe what is required right now, while you can, is action. Move your MMTLP into AST or whatever it's called, and get your real shares of Nextbridge Hydrocarbons. Give Greg McCabe the power to go to Wall Street, to go to Congress, to go to the court system and say, hey, I, as CEO of Nextbridge, can affirm, and here's all our records, we have distributed the entirety of 165 million shares of Nextbridge on a one-for-one basis for MMTLP as we were required to. It's done. Anything that's in the accounts at Fidelity or in the accounts at Morgan Stanley or in the accounts at Wells Fargo, etc., is fake. It's your problem. We're going on about building one of the biggest, best independent oil companies in the United States. So crypto, I think I've given time to people listening to your side of it, but I'm giving my side of it too. Wow, up 580. I see it right now up 426, but I bet by the end of the day, Jenny, it'll be back to where you're talking about. Uh, 398 I show. Hey, Julie Kim, thank you very much. Thank you to PS71. Thank you, Julie Kim, very, very much. I'll try next week. I'll take down all that request because I don't know, get embarrassed asking, but I really appreciate it. I agree with that. If you can believe that report, show me the oil, where are the big reserves? Here's a description here. Here's the science here. I'm not going to bore people with it, but they've confirmed oil and gas. They have shallow production. They've confirmed from the Wolf Camp. They've confirmed a Penn silt package of over 600 feet. They've confirmed the Atoka. They have pay zone depths 3,000 to 7,500 feet with a primary Pennsylvanian pay at 5,300 feet to 5,900 feet. Based on similar Midland, let me show that to you. Here's the Midland. This is the Oro Grande. And by the way, that's not very far away in geologic terms. Based on similar Midland basis, ultimate recoveries, they have potentials of 4 to 6 million barrels per section. And if they drill horizontally, they can drill 12 to 18 wells per section. They have 4 to 6 benches in the upper Penn formation. So the potential is 3.7 billion barrels recoverable, which includes the Wolf Camp, the upper Penn, the Barnett, and the Woodford unconventional zones. Okay, let me just quickly. Let me compare the Oro Grande to the Midland. And this is, crypto, you can just say what you want to say, just not for nothing. But they've spent millions of dollars acquiring acreage and drilling, running seismic. So you can say what you say, but you can't back it up. You just want to spread fear. And the only reason you can give me for spreading fear, it's not so you can short more. It's not so you can do a day trade because you're trapped. It's to convince people not to move their shares. And I bet you're getting a kickback for that. That's my opinion. So anyway, let's compare the Oro Grande versus the highly successful Midland Basin. Okay, they have 134,000 acres, and now it's 100% of the working interest. They have shallow structure wells, less than 6,200 feet. The Midland, you've got to go down to 9,000 to get the same targets. The thickness of the reservoir is 700 feet in the Oro Grande. In the Midland, it's 300 feet up to 700 feet. Skip that one, skip that one. Okay, the porosity is in the Oro Grande is 4.5% to 9%. In the Midland Basin, it's 3.5% to 8%. The permeability is, as far as I can tell, is the same in both. The resistivities look better in the Oro Grande, but I can't tell you why, so I'll skip it. The clay that they've found so far in the Oro Grande is less than in the Midland, which is good because think of clay. When you put water into frack, what happens to clay? You don't want clay. So they give the oil content, it's much better, but I don't know how to explain that to you, so I'll skip it. So anyway, on a comparison, straight comparison, the Oro Grande is better than the Midland Basin, which has already been successfully proven. Here's the acreage position. It's 12,000 gross, 80% working interest. Rich Masterson originated the project, same guy that originated the Delaware Basin. 19 contiguous 8 sections. They're targeting the Wolfcamp A and B. They're going to target the Leonard and the Dean and Wolfcamp D. Primary target Wolfcamp A and B. Excellent quality shown in full core samples so far. 150 to 350 feet of thickness. Likely requires 6 to 8 laterals per bench. Potentials for 12 to 16 horizontal wells per section. 200 long lateral locations, assuming only 2 benches. Excellent IRRs of 40 to 65%, depending on costs and pricing, of course. And oil's is tripled since this was written. High quality oil and gas. Excellent logs and cores showing significant pay potential. Anyway, I'm done, crypto fan. I really appreciate your thoughtful observation, if you can believe that report. All I can tell you, here's a diagram of the Wolfcamp, and here's some more information on the Winkler. Look, all I can tell you, they've worked on this 7 or 8 years. They have the science. They're using the geologists that had the theory on the Midland Basin, well, the Delaware, I believe, maybe the Midland, and they have oil and gas guys putting money, drilling, putting up their own money. They have the science, they have the 3D seismic, and they've successfully produced, as I understand it, in the shallow zone. So yes, I believe the report. Thank you, Julie. Where are you getting the reports that they're still drilling? They have to drill. I think it's 5 wells this year. I think they have to complete them too, to hold some of their acreage. So that's going to get done. They've raised money by acquiring and selling for a profit some leases in Louisiana. So we know they're going to drill, I think it's 5 wells. And it's in, you can, crypto, I know you're busy, but you can go to the website of NextBridge Hydrocarbons, and under the pain of perjury and going to jail if they're lying, they put it out there. So that's where I'm getting that information. I always appreciate just apropos nothing, fudsters. But what's great in this, and which really excites me about owning NextBridge, you're trapped, crypto. You're trapped. And I love it. And you know what? You're not going to change Greg McCabe's mind. So I love it. That's a good point, Stony. I also understand that there were prints on trades from 4,000 a share, and I heard up to over $20,000 a share. Oh, crypto, thank you. Thank you. And you're just one short's opinion. But let me tell you, that's not just one geologist's opinion. That's not just one. It's the science of drilling. They've drilled, if I'm wrong, it's just I can't remember. They've drilled 15 wells so far. They've discovered additional benches. It involves multiple geologists. It involves people at the top of the firm that have been in the oil and gas business for a long time. And it involves real money. So no, you're wrong. It's not just one geologist's opinion. They have the science of the actual. They say it right here: the cores, the results from the wells, the logs from the wells. They also have the 3D seismic, and on top of that, they have shallow production that they're not talking about. That's new since then. So good luck with your short position. I don't want to mention the one that I'm in. The book's down there, but Silver Wheaton, or is it Wheaton Silver? Silver Wheaton. It sounds like the baby on Family Guy. Silver Wheaton would be one I'd recommend. There aren't many silver stocks. Because silver is produced almost as an afterthought in gold companies and iron. It comes out sometimes when they mine iron or lead. But there is one I'm in. I just want to talk to them if I can before I give it out. I'd also like to see if I can organize I'd love to get Eric Sprott on with me and maybe a couple of others and talk about that silver company. So I want to try to set that up, Cliff, before I just blurt it out. But I also want, if I were, you want to roll into something, I'll write your name down. But this company is publicly, it's a public company. It doesn't trade anymore. And I'm going to, I know I've promised it all week, but I get on these calls, I run out of time tonight and tomorrow. If there's one thing I would do, if you want to own a hedge against a crash, almost like a lottery ticket, let me see. Let me just do the calculation. Okay. Okay. I think I did that correctly. No. Let's go 1 divided by, yeah, okay, 24. divided by 24. Yeah, I did it right. So Cliff, this gold project, which you'll have the answer within a year. And there's risk, high risk. However, I've been in it for a long time. In my judgment, the risk is out of it, but the reason it's cheap is there's risk in it. But $5,000 in it would buy a little bit over 5,000 ounces of gold on paper, theoretically, and that's the medium case. It's possible there's 3 times as much gold in there. So it buys 5,000 ounces. The cost of recovery is well below industry costs right now. I mean, it's embarrassing. I'm not going to even say it. It's just cheap. $5,000 conceptually, let's just use what it might be worth in a sale instead of the big numbers. $5,000 might be worth over $1 million in the sale of the company. So that would be something I would look at. Silver Wheaton is a silver company. It's a what do you call it? A royalty. They give money and they then benefit from the production of silver. So I'll try to come up with some names to give you. That's not true. Crypto fan. That's not true. Guys and girls, Crypto fan is trying to convince you to do nothing. If you do nothing, you deserve what you get. The good guys, the lawyers on the good side of the table, will argue that the brokerage firm owes MMTLP shareholders whatever NextBridge is worth per share. That's what the good guys will say. The bad guys, the lawyers for the bad guys will say, oh, no. They're not the original torchlight holders. They'll start there. Oh, no. The final price of trading was under $3. They'll say that. Oh, no. The brokerage firms don't have any liability because they were defrauded by whoever set up MMTLP for trading. That was fraud. They'll say, oh, no. We did what we were supposed to do. It's up for the prime brokers to go after those LLCs that ran away to get the money. Then they're going to say, oh, no. Worst case, all we have to do is just give those investors their money back because they were just speculating on a short squeeze and it didn't happen. And we feel that this is above the call of duty and is fair. We'll pay $12 a share. Then they're going to say, oh, no. The brokerage house that we're representing, they had the responsibility of delivering 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. These people that are still in MMTLP, they had from December, well, really, let's call it January of 2023, verifiably through April of 2024, I think it'll last longer, to convert those shares into NextBridge. By doing nothing, they gave up their rights, but they had a chance to do it. And then finally, you're going to get, oh, no. The problem doesn't exist. It's a non-existent problem. We're not paying up. So anyway, crypto is just trying to, as best he can, to get you to do nothing. I am strongly telling you, MMTLP will never trade. As soon as MMTLP has fully been converted into NextBridge, anything left over is worthless. And if you leave your wealth and your family's wealth at the vagaries and the whims of lawyers, congressmen, senators, journalists, prevaricators, Wall Street stallers that don't want to pay you. If you do that, you deserve what you get. But for right now, the system is allowing you to convert into NextBridge. And I just went through a 4-year-old presentation that describes what it was then. And I know, Crypto Fan doesn't know because he just is in there for day trading and for fudstering and all that. I know because I tried to raise money and I invested in Torchlight from over a decade ago. Everything here rings true. So I'm not saying it's not riskless. Look, if you don't want risk, put your money in the bank. But guess what? That's full of risk now too. That's full of risk now too. Listening to Crypto Fan is a massive risk. He's pulling out all the guns. The fact is, Crypto, we don't know what the finding and lifting costs are per barrel. We don't know what the disposal costs are for any frack water they have. We don't know what the costs will be to build out infrastructure. All of that's unknowable. But we do know, as an example, right next door, and it's different because Pioneer has already drilled and is already producing, I think, thousands of wells, but hundreds of wells. We do know that Exxon paid $30 a barrel for proven reserves. So what does that imply? That implies that the finding and lifting costs, to the extent that finding still factors in, the finding and lifting and processing costs are less than $30 a barrel. Exxon paid 30. That's when oil was it was around $48, $50 a barrel, I think. Oil's now $90 a barrel. So yes, the oil can not only be recovered at a profit, it looks like the oil can be recovered at a massive profit, a significant profit. Because as inflation hits, you could argue that the lifting costs are going to be higher. But as inflation drives oil prices from $27 to $90 and over $100, the costs don't go up much and the revenue comes in like a water flood. So Crypto Fan, good luck with your short position. Bird Lady and William are versed in oil and gas. Bird Lady does a good job, and maybe sometime I'll get her to come on here and talk the talk. I would almost say Stony Bones. I don't know, but she's probably better to listen to than me. Over the years, I've learned that oil and gas, you can have different opinions. That's true. And you can there's different ways of getting the results. And there's different things that come up. And you go, wait a minute, why do we have to wait? Why is it taking longer? Well, we drilled down there and we drilled into a fall, and we're going to have to sidetrack that well. And all right, well, and you're still excited about it? Is that still great? Well, we don't see any reason at all that that well's not going to work. And then they drill the well. Well, we ran into water. Whoa. But that's on a one well at a time. Stoney, the thing that gives me some confidence in the Oro Grande project, one, they increased their ownership from 75% to 100%. Why would they do that? Unless they like the science, they like the seismic, they like what they're learning. Two, they've drilled wells. Now, they haven't shared it with us. And I don't know what Bird Lady would say, but my opinion, there's two reasons. One is apparently they don't want to acknowledge the value they've created on a tax basis by producing it yet. And it's not their, I don't think it's necessary. You got to look that up, but I don't think it's their call. I think it's University Lands that's making that call. But anyway, whatever. They're not producing for financial reasons right now. Doesn't mean the oil's not there. Doesn't mean they won't be able to produce. The second thing is that, and this is my opinion, and so I don't know what Bird Lady would say. If they found additional benches or they found another whole structure, they want to know that they have all their leases in place. They don't want to create competition in what they have marketed. Sorry, they've marketed as the largest domestic onshore new field discovery in over 30 years. So my point is, Stoney, if they like what they've seen, which I think is evidenced by increasing their ownership from 75% to 100% working interest, why release the data? And if you, now I'm telling you what I understand at Texas. If I'm wrong, it's not because I'm trying to be misleading. But my understanding is if you start producing a well, you got to release the data and anybody can see it. So if you haven't built up your acreage position, if you haven't finalized, you haven't perhaps adjusted your leases to make sure whatever zones you're discovering are included, those are all reasons to delay producing one or two wells when you're going to drill hundreds of wells and you want to own it all, if you understand what I'm saying. No, crypto, that's just simply not true. Are you a lawyer? Are you the prime broker? That will be litigated, crypto. So that's your opinion. But that will be litigated. And what I've found in my lifetime, whenever I've gone into court representing others and then recently trying to do it for myself, is you meet arcane arguments, things that come out of nowhere, and then the judges try to get you to settle. And the odds are settlement will be less unless there is such a groundswell, there is such a drive to clean this up, but I don't see any evidence of that. So, crypto, I think you're making an assumption that's going to come and bite you in the posterior. But good luck with it. Good luck with it. Mojo, I'd love to go next time you're on a Zoom call with Greg McCabe. I make an open invitation. I'd love to do live with you and with Pecos Bill and me and Greg McCabe and, you know, whomever, maybe Richard Hoffman, maybe definitely Anna or Kristen Shaughnessy, Junk Savvy. Maybe we could have a round table. And I've never met Greg McCabe. I've never spoken to him, but it's my judgment. And I stand by it, and I'm heartened by everything I see that Greg McCabe is in fact on our side, all of us, and I agree with you, and that he will not give the crypto fans of the world any room to get their reindeer games in the play so they can screw all of us. You're not short. So I'm paranoid. I'm not paranoid. Frankly, crypto, you don't scare me, but you and I'm not worried about MMTLP. I have transferred my shares to NextBridge Hydrocarbons. I don't have as much because I overpaid, but I've made peace with that, crypto fan. I am not paranoid at all. I'm excited about seeing what NextBridge Hydrocarbons is going to be worth. And I'll tell you, crypto fan, and this is a bit of a non sequitur for me, but early on in this process, on Twitter, Greg McCabe, I think it was Greg McCabe, it was one of the whales in NextBridge, in MMAT, MMTLP, one of the Oro Grande whales wrote on Twitter that, and there it's been copied and reposted, that if a settlement didn't start at $600, the answer was not only going to be no, heck no, but it was also going to be no, and here's a lawsuit. So good luck, crypto, on your side of the argument. And NextBridge don't. Oh, NextBridge anyway, whatever. NextBridge Hydrocarbon doesn't have shares. MMTLP doesn't have share. Where are they? In a box? That's not true. Here they are. Here they are. TAA Stroop, on December 9th, they stopped trading, but the last day of trading was the 12th. So December 8th was the record date. December 8th was the record date. I don't remember, TAA Stroop, if it was that next Wednesday or the following Wednesday you're supposed to get your shares. But the deal was that if you owned MMTLP by the record date, but there were 2 days of trading, which the trading probably would have had an adjusted settlement date, because the record date, to my memory, was T+3 at the time. If you own shares of MMTLP, the number, to my memory, was just below, but I looked it up. I guess it's just above. There were 165 million shares, real shares, 165 million stub preferred. It was called Metamaterials Limited Partner. No, Metamaterials Trust Limited Partner, something like that. I forget the name of it. But there were on MMAT's books, when MAT distributed, there were 165 million shares. So the obligation of Wall Street and the obligation of NextBridge was to deliver MMAT. MMAT did the reverse split into Torchlight, and they're a great company, but they don't know anything about gas. So they made the stub of the Oro Grande, basically, and some other ancillary. That MMTLP didn't trade and was placed as a stub to all shareholders. The criminals came along fraudulently, got it trading, and you know that story. So at the time of the MMTLP becoming a private company, the record date is over. The obligation was 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. NextBridge has an authorization of 500 million shares, I believe. And, I don't want to look it up right now. You can look on the website. They have it. You can look at the disclosures. I believe right now there's approximately 260 million of those 500 million issued. Of that 260 some million, 165 million are sitting aside at the transfer agent or sitting in treasury stock, ready to fulfill the obligation NextBridge has to do a 1-for-1 delivery of NextBridge for MMTLP. Now, as of November last year, and again, I'm doing this by memory, I think there were still 90 million shares of NextBridge hydrocarbons available to go to be issued versus MMTLP. That's in November. Since that time, many people have made the movement. And I'm trying to tell people with my fullest voice, please move the shares. What I'm concerned about, TAA Struck, is if you don't do it and if you don't show any effort, the lawyers for the criminals on the other side are going to say, Mr. Stroop didn't show any interest in getting his dividend, so he forfeits his right. I'm not a lawyer, but I bet they can find some case law somewhere to argue you didn't even defend your right for your shares. So why should you get it? They're going to do everything they can to save tens, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. And you want to be on the other side of that? I don't. We tried it for 1.5 years. Cut and run. Get your shares. They're going to run out. And when they run out, you're going to be asking me, how much is MMTLP worth? I'm not going to have a good answer for you. But MMTLP is a complete placeholder. It isn't anything. There are shares of NextBridge. It's purely a guess, just on thinking about large numbers, purely a guess. I bet there's still 25 million to 30 million shares of NextBridge hydrocarbons available to substitute out for MMTLP chits. So if I had to guess, the lethargy and the slow movement of people and the effectiveness of guys like CryptoFan to just freeze everybody into, well, I shouldn't have to do anything. I'm a victim. The government better save me, has meant that I would, if I had to guess, the numbers have flipped. I bet 90 million has been allocated, and it still leaves 60 or 70 million, maybe 90 to 100, 90 to 110 million. And there's a big chunk still to go, TS Strupp. NextBridge shares exist. NextBridge has shares. NextBridge has shares. These I got on August of last year. These were printed on March 28th. NextBridge has shares. MMTLP does not exist. I don't know. Can I say it any more forcefully? I'm begging you, move your shares from MMTLP, which is an ex-parrot, and move it over to the Norwegian blue. Stony Bones has a good point. Stony Bones has a great point. That's an opinion, crypto fan. That's an opinion. I think you're wrong. Now, I've made arguments that I think the brokerage system, prime brokers, the criminals, the DTCC will owe, based on my numbers a year ago, $1,150 a share to everybody. But I don't have the reserve report. I don't have the costs. There's a lot of stuff I don't have. But crypto, the other side's going to say to you, did you even try to get your dividend? And if you say no, what's your defense? The court's going to say, you had over a year and a half to ask your brokerage firm for the dividend, and you're in court? You didn't do anything? Don't waste my time. That could happen, crypto fan. And I have a feeling that's what you're driving. You want people frozen in action for. People listening to me, please. You have a ticket that you can go out. I don't know how many shares you have, but here's my shares right now. I have a ticket. If outside were parked a top of the line Lexus automobile with the keys on the top of the hood, and the guy standing at my door said, hey, it's yours if you want it. You just have to give me that ticket. And I'm sitting here listening to Crypto Fan. I say, nah. I got the ticket. The system owes me that car anyway. I'll just hang on to the ticket. That's the situation you're in right now. You can change your ticket for the Lexus, at least in my case. That's my opinion of the value. Beery could probably get a whole. He could probably get his own, Concorde jet. But please don't listen to crypto. Crypto is the devil. He's the devil. Cool, clear water. Dan and I, with throats so dry, we search the sand for water. Don't you listen to him, Dan. He's a devil, not a man. And he fills the burning sands with water. Cool, clear water. Don't listen to crypto. Don't listen to crypto. I bought it for the squeeze. I want no part of it. Well, you're not going to get any part of it, crypto. So that's your choice. I can't convince people not to get tattoos. I can't convince young women not to join the hookup culture for 10 or 15 years and then end up lonely. I can't convince people to stop using their credit cards. So you, crypto fan can decide that you're going to keep MMTLP. For everyone else that's listening, I'm going to say it one more time. As soon as 165 million shares of NextBridge hydrocarbons are issued for 165 chits, placeholders called MMTLP, NextBridge will no longer have a responsibility at all. They'll still fight legally, I think. And my understanding, crypto fan, is there's as much as 1 billion shares, 500 million to 1 billion shares of MMTLP that don't have matching NextBridge hydrocarbon shares for them. So if you want that chit, 1 in 1 billion chit, and you think it's going to be worth money, as Ham would say, knock yourself out. That's great, RA2041. My shares, I forgot to call liquidity. My shares are here. And I guess in a different video, I'll tell you, I need to move mine to the transfer agent. But I haven't done it yet so that I can show them to you. I can show them to you. Also, I think as long as this is out in the open, I don't think I run the risk that they won't accept these. But RA, it is important to get the shares back into that electronic system if NextBridge were to ever publicly trade. I don't think Greg McCabe will trade the shares. If McCabe starts trading NextBridge hydrocarbons, Crypto Fan and his buddies will move 1 billion shares that's accumulated of counterfeit shares in Torchlight, MMAT, MMTLP, however it's recorded. They'll move it all into undelivered, non-located IOU entries on Wall Street. And then they'll set to driving NextBridge shares down, down, down. Greg McCabe needs to, in my strongest opinion, he needs to keep NextBridge as a private company. And what's great about it, he can build cash flow. He can actually use his shares as currency. He can acquire other companies while they're under attack from people like crypto. And I think NextBridge can be the largest independent, the best cash flowing independent in North America. Now that may not be Greg McCabe's goal. His goal may be to JV with someone else. That's fine. That's fine. But we're going to get benefit from it. And I know Greg wants to maximize the value. He's the single largest shareholder. He wants to maximize the value in NextBridge Holdings. Well, Stoney, I am jealous of you for trading it so successfully. I got in on the last 2 days. I think I got in on Tuesday at 3 or 3:30, and then Wednesday morning. And frankly, Stoney, I wish I had bought more. I really do wish I bought more. So I'm envious of your trading. I wish I had purchased it earlier. But I was a little like Crypto Fan says. I wanted to see what a squeeze could do. And I tell you, I bought enough so that if the stock went to $20,000, as it's reported, there were some prints, I would have made a lot of money. That would have been fun. So anyway, I congratulate you. Yeah, no ticky, no laundry, but it might also be the case if you have a ticky, there's only a little bit of laundry. So first ticky, laundry. You're too late, Ticky, no laundry. That's just not true. I'm not avoiding it. I'm not avoiding it, crypto fan. Who are the brokerages? Who are the brokerages, crypto fan? There's reportedly 104 brokerage firms in this trade. There's prime brokers. There's hedge funds. And I would guess out of the 104 brokerage firms, maybe 5, maybe 10 have the issue. I've heard it might only be Fidelity has the issue. I don't know. We won't know until the tide runs out. But I'm not avoiding that. Conceptually, in theory, your brokerage house owes you what was contractually entered into, which is settlement. What they owe you is 1 share of NextBridge for 1 share of MMTLP. If you do nothing to go get it, lawyers on the other side are going to say, you lost it out of disinterest. That's my opinion. But if your argument is true, crypto fan, and you can just show up at your brokerage firm and say, hey, you owe it to me. Let's go that far without having to come up with money to buy lawyers, without having to go through 8 years of legal haranguing. Let's just assume you can go to your broker and say, hello, you owe me because NextBridge is this report says NextBridge is worth 150 and you owe it to me. Let's say that. All right, so crypto, do you think, using your own logic, they're going to accept, using your very same words, that valuation comes from one geologist? How do we know that value of $150 a share is correct? NextBridge doesn't even trade. So then you get into an argument, how much do you owe? How much do you owe? What's 100% on the hook? And I went through it already. Is it 0 if you weren't original Torchlight holder? That's what their lawyers will say. Is it $3 otherwise, because that's where the stock price closed? Is it $12 because that's the highest anyone paid? Is it the whole system will collapse, so let's unwind the trades? Is it they didn't do anything to go get their shares, so they're not owed anything? Is it MMTLP was fraudulently created, so we don't owe anything based on fraud? I tell you, crypto fam, you're making an assumption, and I wouldn't want to be on the umption end of your assumption. Another blanket statement. I don't agree with you on that, crypto fam. So let's address that. My number's $1,150. I've done it over and over again. $50 to the attorneys, $100 stock dividend. Crypto, that $100 as a dividend, not stock dividend, cash dividend to all holders. That dividend will go to everybody. The cash distribution will go to MMTLP and to NextBridge hydrocarbon shareholders. Why? Because Greg McCabe will insist on it. There will be no settlement otherwise. So I don't know. You're wrong. You're just absolutely wrong. You're trying to freeze people into doing nothing because you get a kickback if you can save the shorts billions of dollars. That's my judgment about who you are. Now, second, that's number one point. If there's a cash distribution in a settlement, if there's other payments in a settlement for fraud and all that, it'll go to everybody. It'll be divided out against everybody. If there's a settlement, and there's three places for a settlement. There's three places. Legal system. How long did they take to settle the tobacco issues? How long did they take to settle asbestos? That's how long, if it's just the legal track, it could take. There's the congressional / public pressure angle. How far have we gotten on that? It might work. But also, if you have Congress settling it and you have a bunch of Ken Griffin's, Larry Fink's, Stevie Cohen's contributing to senators' campaigns and congressional staff, what is the settlement? And there's a law passed, and it's signed by breakfast at Biden's, and it's $12 a share for the people that didn't go in. I don't know. The other way it could settle is if the financial system decides to settle. Well, so far they're showing no inclination to do that. It could be a combination of those three. But those settlements are not on the horizon. Some people say they'll be soon, but there's no visibility to that. Now, this idiocy that NextBridge shareholders won't be settled with, this is canard. The odds are that part of the settlement will be that NextBridge needs to issue new shares to the system to at least significantly reduce the counterfeit. In order to do that, Greg McCabe's going to ask for $1,000 a share or whatever. So by definition, crypto fan, if to clean up, let's say 250 million shares of counterfeit MMTLP, NextBridge agrees to issue 250 million NextBridge shares, they're not going to do it for free. Let's pick 1,150 a share, pay the lawyers 50, pay a dividend of 10 of 100. $1,000 a share goes to NextBridge for new shares. Well, what does that mean, crypto? And you're trying to scare everybody. It means that the shares, the most recent print as the value for NextBridge hydrocarbon shares, in my example, is $1,000 a share. So you're saying there's no settlement? Your shares are now visibly, for 250 million of them, valued at $1,000 a share. Your shares are worth $1,000. On top of that, crypto fan, NextBridge, in my example, has brought in $250 billion in cash, in my example. And it's on their books. Damn straight NextBridge got a settlement. You got shares worth 1,000. They got cash to go buy Exxon. All right, let's listen to Mike. It's impossible for AST to fill, period. All brokers were allocated a specific number, and foreign brokers refused to send to AST. It can't fill. Wait for S1 approval to send is my plan. I think you're playing chicken. You're playing with fire right there. But I want to think through what you're saying. I don't agree with you, Mike. I don't agree with you. the failure to settle, the counterfeit shares are in U.S. firms. They're in retail brokerage firms and institutional brokerage firms. So the foreign sellers and the hedge fund sellers, they're the ones that sold counterfeit shares. And you paid cash, institutions paid cash, buyers paid cash. So the part of the settlement that required cash on the buyer's side was done. It's the delivery of shares that was ignored. And that delivery is the part that we're trying to reconcile. The buyer is clean up. Now, where you're saying that the MMTLP shares are in foreign brokers' hands, I don't see that. Now, if you're saying that where I would agree with you is if, let's say, Fidelity counterfeited 100 million shares, Morgan Stanley counterfeited 60 million shares, and 3 other firms counterfeited 10 million shares each. 10 more firms counterfeited 100 million shares between them. So there's 160 million real shares, but there's 100 million shares that don't exist. Where I could agree with you in your thought exercise is those 10 brokerage firms could deliver everything they have, get reconciled everything they have. Fidelity might reconcile everything they have, but then which one did I say? Morgan Stanley? There might not be enough shares at Morgan Stanley for Morgan Stanley's own problems. So my point is, Mike, the system is full of street name accounts. So Fidelity has 100 million shares in the name of Fidelity. If they can allocate that through this process, this very long process, they could allocate all of their 100 million shares and still be left with 15 million, 30 million shares to go. But they don't have any more. And then all these smaller brokerage firms might have extra, but how does that extra get to Fidelity? You might have an argument there. My opinion is, if that were to happen, Fidelity would call around and strike deals with other companies. Waiting for the S1 is an idiocy, absolutely idiocy. But it's up to you. That's my opinion. I'm not insulting you, but the S1 is to approve the distribution of what Greg McCabe put in. If you wait until then, you're going to be fighting. This took me, I started in January and I got it. If you wait till the S1 is approved, everybody's going to be going in with you. That's like the strategy. I want to make sure I get on my flight to London. It's oversold, and I'm on the waiting list. But rather than show up to the airport 6 hours early, I'm going to wait till the flight lands and they announce that the flight is indeed going to go back to London. Then I'll show up. I don't understand your thinking, but I say that respectfully. I'm sure, Mike, you're a lot smarter than I am. Finger is ready to go. Let's look at, God, it's 4:00. I got to get my hair cut. Let's look how these stocks are trading. Finger is 329. That one that ends at the end of the alphabet is $4. DJT is 42.38. That one Fisker, I looked at that yesterday after we got off. It has not broken through the resistance. So the higher numbers are not in play. Also, that company is close to bankruptcy. So even though they have 4 buyers, I would seriously question whether equity will survive. So be careful with that. I still stand by, though, if it breaks through resistance on volume, you could get high numbers in a spike. Logic is 0.0369. Root is 6386. RCRT is 140. Quietly, HNRC is now spending its time above 2 cents instead of below 2 cents. It's interesting. Northwest Biosystems 0.48. What else? I don't know. Oh, Tilo. Tilo's in the green, 686. That's good, Donna. My understanding, and I think it was Fidelity, some of the brokerage firms are sending them straight to the transfer to AST. But my broker told me that it's not eligible for that because it's not in the electronic system. But you've got to be ready for the brokerage firms to say a lot of different things. However it got to AST, it's good. In the case of E-Trade, they would not send it directly. It had to go to the DTCC. Here it is. It had to go to the DTCC, which right there, DTCC in New Jersey, and then they overnighted it to me. So that's great that you got it. Where are the substantial wells drilled thus far? No news of that yet. Oh, you are tedious, crypto fan. You are tedious. I suggest you go to nextbridgehydrocarbons.com and you can read about it. But anyway, I've answered that question. I don't want to. I'm bored with you. You have more options staying in MMTLP? No, you don't. Okay, you know what, crypto? You win. You, crypto, you're not short. You own shares of MMTLP. Keep your MMTLP. I did my best to convince you to move to NextBridge. And if other people follow you, I wish them well. But crypto, hang on to your MMTLP. When have I ever been right about anything? So you are here. You are here for the shorts. I'm not going to go back through that. I think you're judging it. I think I have been correct in Finger. I backed off on Finger. I backed off on GTII. I think both went up. So I'll leave that to people to judge. Crypto, you have an easy job, which is just to keep selling non-existent shares, driving things down, hit and run, join your buddies on the short side. So good luck to you. Yeah, that's true, Stony. Donna, Oh, Donna. I forgot the rest of the song. That's a statement. That's a statement. I've done my best to refute it. I'm not going to say anything more. There, Stony. That's a good question, Stony. That's a good question. Deacon Blues. Oh, God. So we can agree being a short is a bad thing? All right. Let's agree to that. People who short stocks, that's not what we want to be. We'll agree to that. Well, David, he said twice now on these calls, and I don't think he could have been any stronger with what he said, that you're going to see hearings on DJT, and it will include MMTLP. So it'll be something. Well, that's Stony. I don't know if that's what crypto was saying, or you're just saying you understand what he's saying. But for me, the rest of what you're saying, I that's my point. I personally, I have pushed my point myself to exhaustion, to loneliness, to darkness, to isolation, to I've tried to think of anything. I've gone down to SEC, I've gone to Congress, Senate. I've I've tried to do everything, but I'm just one person. Others have done much more work and more effectively. I've joined calls, and as far as I can tell, no one in Congress really cares. Everyone is bought. Journalists don't care. Your brokerage firms don't care. Your brokers don't care. The prime brokers don't care. The DTCC doesn't care. Nothing is happening. So, Stoney, my point is exactly what you're saying. I mean, we could give it another 6 months if you want, and wait until then. But my point is, I guess, is twofold. One is nobody's coming to help us. There's no cavalry. There's no Superman. Nobody's coming. So let's settle. Let's resolve. Let's have a resolution for each of us in our own case. The second thing is, I think we empower Greg McCabe and his team so that I don't think it has to be 100%, by the way. I think if he gets close, if he got to 140 million shares, and then the other side said they still had 200 million, he could go to them and say, look, it doesn't exist. And then crypto wouldn't have any room to argue. I'm not going to say that. I'm, you got to follow the science. Cliff, let me look it up. Maybe they changed their name. Can the paid shills? Yes, they can. Paid shills will be included in RICO. You know why the paid shills will be included in RICO? Because the big boys don't want to go down. They're going to hang the other ones. So let me find this out. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Cliff, I have to look into it more, but it looks like they changed their name. Here's it from Investors Business Daily. Wheaton Precious Metals. Wheaton Precious Metals on April 3rd. I can't read the whole thing. All right, so I'll just see if I can find something else. Anyway, Cliff, yes, I think that's it. That stock is pretty high price, so that's more of an investment than a trade probably. But yeah, I like that one. I'll try to focus on silver for the next call. I've got to finish and go get my hair cut, and we can go. Oh, I like that. SQQQ, that's a put. I like that idea. Let's just talk about that quickly. My own view is we're not going to have a stock market crash right now. Yet, the 10-year, watch the 10-year yield. I don't think it has to get to 5% to signal danger, but use 5% as the number. If it goes to 5%, I would buy those hedges. If the bond market stops believing the Fed can control interest rates or other things, I think it's going to be very tough. But to me, the plunge protection team, the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, all the people in the sort of background, including Citadel, they're going to be buying bonds, buying stocks. I think we're going a lot higher before the market gives up the ghost. But the risk is the bond market. So as long as the bond market is under control, I think the stock market is going up in 20, 30, 40%. Oh, I see. Well, ordinary angler, I don't really agree with that. Number one, yes, you could argue that Devin Nunes would be doing what he's doing anyway. Yes. But a lot of the language and the information, I think, I don't know it for a fact, is coming from him and the rest of us. I was at the meeting in New York when now, I agree with you, Ordinary. There might be other paths of introduction. But I was in the meeting in New York when the person who knows the attorneys and Trump's attorneys made the introduction. I was there. So I know that Ham is actually working on behalf of everybody by getting that through. In terms of the MMTLP community, as you call it, I was in Congress. I was at Congress with a group of people who included Anna on her first trip. And I got on the phone to Ham. Ham drove down from New York. I think it was the next day. Anyway, took us to dinner, bunch of us, and fully committed to educating that group of people on what they faced. I walked the halls of Congress and the Senate with him as he gave these packets of information. And the packets were about MMTLP, but they were about United and US Fruit and some other companies. but it was the concept of everything. He didn't say finger. He didn't say GTII. He said MMTLP. So I don't buy it. They can be upset. Ordinary angler. There's people in the so-called MMTLP community that are paid for by the shorts, or they're short the stock with nefarious characters. And if it blows up, they may be in physical trouble, or they may face jail time. I think there's a lot of people on those calls that are trying to separate all of us. Ham is a different kind of animal than somebody that's on those space calls all the time. That's not how Ham thinks. Ham wouldn't sit here and do what I do. It's not how he thinks. Ham's a trader. Move, produce, get something done. Ham, since he was a young man, had to eat what he killed. It's as simple as that. And the rest of it's a waste of time. I'm spewing crap. All right, crypto. Thank you, Deacon. My crap is true? What I'm saying is absurd? Many originals still haven't registered? I don't know what you mean by originals. Everybody I've talked to has moved their shares. You know what, crypto? I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to freeze people into inaction. And to me, that's the narrowest approach for success. The shares I have could be worth at my valuation. I could probably go buy a a really nice Rolls Royce or a Bentley at the current valuation in my head. So what you're recommending, I'm trying to come up with an example. You're recommending that I don't do anything to go grab that Bentley. There's better things to do. Just leave it to chance. Crypto, you are trying to make sure that people don't move their shares so that there's always this confusion of there really isn't a short position. There's enough shares, and there's going to be a settlement. There's going to be trading, and therefore there'll never be a moment when the wheel hits the road. I'm telling you, everyone, that if we as a group move our shares, we empower Greg McCabe to go to bat for us, go to Wall Street and say, your brokerage firms are full of counterfeit shares. Your hovercraft, she is full of eels. I like that, Stony. I could not be more wrong. Oh, yes, I could. I've been wrong in my life, but not on this one. That's an absolute lie. Brokerages are on the hook. Okay. The second part of your statement is an opinion, which I share with you, by the way. I share that with you. So I don't know what lie I've made, actually. I agree with you. The brokerage firm's on the hook. What I said to you is it could go through years of litigation. And I also said to you, what are they on the hook for? Who's included? What's the price? What's the settlement? Are the brokerages still in existence when they settle? Has the whole financial system collapsed? Can the banks still afford to? I mean, there's all sorts of things you can't predict. You can predict that you own an asset. So I don't think I'm lying. All right, Eric, let's fork him. There's my favorite, Gronk. Gronk. I want to give Gronk a hug. Gronk. Oh, Lord. You know, there's so much we don't know. But if your recommendation is we don't have pure information, we don't know everything, therefore the best thing to do is to sit back and be a victim, I don't share your course of action. We tried for a year and a half to get Gary Gensler, FINRA, your brokerage firm, if you have one, nothing's happened. There's a letter from 100 congressmen and senators. Nothing's happened. Anyway, I'm crypto. I'm not going to agree that you're right, but I'm glad that you've made your decision and you feel so strongly about it. And I hope you're right. I hope that MMTLP gives you the reward that you want as soon as you want it, and that it's worth, in my opinion, well over $1,000. And I hope that the best approach is to leave this murky area. Don't do anything. Just let people on Twitter fight for us, and somehow it'll get resolved. Exactly, Mojo. Who has our back? Ghostbusters. Ham will ground me. Yeah, he might. There's PS71, crypto fan. I didn't look it up, but when NDH first asked to move shares, they said there would be a dividend for those. That's true. And that's what the other guy's talking about. That's when the S1 that's the S1 to be approved. Courts have already ruled that brokerages are on the hook for the value of synthetic shares, plus treble damages and punitive damages. Okay. Have they ruled in this case? Have they declared these synthetic shares? As far as I know, these are counterfeit shares. Whatever. And further, if there is I'm telling you, crypto, go your way and I'll go mine. And oh God, I shouldn't have put that up. And if we prove synthetics, how do you prove it? Oh, in court. And what do? We have to hire an attorney to prove it on our side? How many attorneys do we have to hire? How many attorneys are they going to have? Are they going to have the best attorneys on Wall Street? What are we going to have? Oh, God. Okay, so here we are, PS71. Sir Bill, you wonder if you're doing good. I sent some, I know, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Sent some money because I value your knowledge, not counting what we're in. I have for free shares in CAUD. I'm going to try to meet that guy when I'm up there in New York. I can't guarantee you. GTII and WDHI. I think WDHI is going to be valuable, but I have shares. For me, I have a lot of them. And but I look forward to it. But thank you for some squid. I also expect to take money off the stuff we talk. Yes, PSOU. Minored in business law. I took business law, got straight A's. But I majored in economics, which is why everything I say is on the one hand, on the other hand. Harry Truman, after he was listening to all these economists say on the one hand, but yet on the other hand, he said, will somebody find me a one-armed economist? The courts recently ruled brokerages will be on the hook. You mentioned archaic arguments. It's you that need to catch up. Okay, which courts and which brokerage and which cases? You don't provide anything on that. Oh God, I feel like I'm arguing with myself. Crypto. In any case, you've got to first establish facts. You've got to establish who's culpable. You've got to determine what the losses are. You've got to determine the value of the loss. You got to determine, I guess I already said it, culpability, but you've got to determine whether it's all one person or if there's a mixture of it. And whatever. Crypto, my recommendation to you, don't do anything to protect your asset. Do not move your shares to NextBridge Crypto. This is for you alone. Do not move your shares over to NextBridge. Leave your money that you put up. Let's say you put up $50,000. Leave it in MMTLP and then do nothing. Just wait for the SEC, wait for FINRA, wait for your brokerage firm, wait for the courts to solve your problem. And I hope you get your, I'm making it up, but I hope you get your 50 grand back. Yeah, he does have leverage. To talk to Pecos. Yeah, Pecos Bill explained it. That's exactly right. All right, it's 4 o'clock. Let's look at some of. Oh, I'm sorry about that PS71. You know who lost everything 3 times, I think, was Norm Macdonald. He did it by gambling. And he said it's very cathartic. It almost made him feel good. I like it. All right, so let's see where some of these closed. Let's see where MMTLP. Oh, that's right. The shorts are still trapped. The shorts are still trapped. I want to see where Logic closed. Logic closed 0.0369. Good. I want to see where Finger closed. 0.358. Wow, that's nice. Up 43 cents. I want to see, I think that's breaking out. I want to see where the stock I can't talk about. 404, that's nice. I'll check HNRC even though you guys don't care. But it's over 2 cents. I like that. PS71, I want to check CAUD. They have that under pressure. Oh, it's in the green. After hours. I'm going to try to get an update on that when I'm in New York. Okay. All right. You win, crypto. The power of your reasoning, you've convinced me. I'm full of crap. We are victims, but we can sit back and remain, or I don't know, Stony. Are we here to make money or prove that we're victims? Personally, I'd like to get out of the shite and get on. I'd like to get out of the ditch and get on with no one. Yeah, we didn't ask for it. And I'm surprised at how ineffective calling out the regulators and the system is. I personally can't think, other than knocking on Adina Friedman's office door every single day. I can't think of anything else to do. So okay. So Stony, let's just give up and we'll play victims and go crypto fans' way. Just don't do anything. Don't do anything. It's going to be magic. It's magic. It's like Disney. It'll all work out. Or look, I'm telling you, for me, I have, and this guy can't do anything about it. I have, let me just roughly see. 1, 2, 6, 4 plus times 8. I have roughly $35,000 here that I invested. $35,000, which on the one hand makes me feel like an idiot. 35 grand. That's not a lot to Beeries or to Crypto Fan, because he's a big knowledgeable guy. But I have 35 grand here, roughly 35 grand. So I'm going to take Crypto Fan's suggestion. I'm not going to do anything. The courts have ruled. The courts have ruled. Which courts, which case? Hey, the courts have ruled. I'm going to do nothing. I'm going to leave my 35 grand floating in the wind. And I'm sure the courts have ruled. I have more options if I leave it as MMTLP. Courts have ruled. So he's convinced me. What I'm going to do is sit back, do nothing. And I know the courts have ruled. Come on. To me, that's a lot of money. To Crypto Fan, it's not a lot of money because he's in with the guys that create shares out of thin air and they just print cash. I'm not in that business. So I've got $35,000 here that I haven't had access to for a year and a half. Now, would I sell it for $35,000? No, I wouldn't. But could a settlement that comes from Wall Street or from even the legal side come in at that number or less? Yes. If I didn't do anything, they'd say, well, why didn't you submit it? We have no record that you even cared about the dividend. Maybe you were just there to speculate. So anyway, what I think this is worth now, by the way, I think it's worth at least. I think this is worth at least $400,000. That's the minimum I think it's worth. Now, what do I base that on? I base that on oil reserves, business plan, and management. I think that's the value in the. I think that's the value in the ground. Now crypto's going to argue, well, it doesn't have anything, but he minored in business law. I don't think he knows anything about oil and gas. I don't think he's an oil and gas geophysicist or engineer. I don't think he knows how to do volumetrics. I don't think he knows anything about oil and gas. So I can take his advice as a minor in business law and his assurances that courts have ruled to do nothing, or I can say to myself after a year and a half, approximately, I want to protect my 35 grand. So that's what I did. You can do what you want. I have it here. So if Congress decides to say that was just speculation, if the United States breaks in two parts and there's two different governments, if I can't think of other examples. If the system decides that once these shares are allocated, the rest of everybody is left out, or if it just goes into 2 decades of litigation, I own what Greg McCabe and I own it. So thank you very much for your advice, crypto fan. I'm going to protect my 35 grand, which I think is worth 10 times that right now. I'm not leaving it to your assertions that courts have ruled, and that if Nextbridge is worth a lot of money, somehow the criminal system that is backed by Gary Gensler and by all the big hedge funds that have done jack shit to protect me is going to come to my rescue. To me, that's thin beer. But hey, thanks for your advice. Oh, catch up on the law. Okay, it was ruled on in the last few years, so you're specific. You're specific. Crypto, I'd rather take my certainty. This is certainty of ownership to your vague BS. And I've never claimed to be an attorney, and I don't have time, as you put it, to catch up on the law. I don't see anything that you've caught up on with the law. Please, people, do not be frozen into inaction. If there's a settlement, I'm not a lawyer, but just because you've moved your shares to Nextbridge, in my judgment, the easiest way to get a settlement done, it's just common sense, is to allow everybody to make their choice if they want to participate in it. It's just common sense. This guy's here to protect a trap short. That's why he's here. And he wants to freeze you. He does not have your interests at heart. I do. Doesn't mean I'm right. That's true. Doesn't mean I'm right. You got to make your own decision. He does not have your interest at heart. It's not an opinion. Look up what ruling. You're so versed in business law and you're so up to date in court. Give me the case. Give me the case. Give it to me. I'll look it up. I'll print it out. I'll do a video on it. But I'm not going to spend endless hours trying to find the ruling. What ruling? The court. Which court has already ruled that the brokerage will owe you the same value? Which court has said that regarding Nextbridge? And what's the value? God, crypto fan, you actually got a minor in business law? When you have a contract, and if you just go with this statement you have, the court, you would have under the definitions, the court, and it would say which court it is, has already ruled. You would have under definitions, the ruling. That the brokerage, under definitions, you would have the brokerage is defined. Is that retail, institutional, U.S. brokerages? Is that brokerages where your broker asked you to buy it, but excludes broker where the buyer bought it on their own initiative? They would define all that, and then will owe you the same value. You would have under there the definition of value. What is the definition of value? Crypto. What is the definition of value? You just told me. Of course, it has a forward-looking statement that basically says everything. You can't rely on anything said. But you just told me this is the opinion of one geologist. You can't rely on that. So what value are you gonna get? Nextbridge will never be settled with. You already got your oil stock. Exactly. Wall Street owes you, crypto fan. I don't know. What do you have up here? Wall Street owes you 1 share of Nextbridge for 1 share of MMTLP. That's what they owe you. They owed you the ability to trade, but that's gone. They owe you 1 for 1. What they owe you. What they owe you. Now, here it is a year and a half later, and you've done nothing to go ask for that 1 share. I'm telling you, the lawyers on the other side are going to say you didn't do anything to protect your rights. Why should we give crypto fan $500 a share when he didn't even ask for his shares? That would be the first thing I would do as an attorney on the other side. I'd see how far that argument would go. And I bet it would take 18 months to get that thing slapped down. Appeals and counter rights and all that. But I'll go look up your ruling that you don't even name. The court's already ruled. Which court? Which ruling? What value? You have your oil stock. So in your sentence, you say that the value you're implying of a settlement in MMTLP will be related to the value of the oil stock. The only difference is the oil stock is real, MMTLP is nothing. And worse than that, after all the shares of Nextbridge are allocated, MMTLP will be worth the net value of a settlement minus legal fees brought back to present value of something maybe 10, 15 years from now. But crypto, you go your way, I'll go mine. He's talking opinions. Look up court rulings. Okay, give me 1 court ruling. Just 1. You don't have to give me plural. Just give me 1, crypto. Just give me 1 court ruling, crypto. Not plural, just 1. I'm talking opinions. Of course I'm giving you my opinion. Should I give you your opinion? Thank you, Gronk. Thank you, Gronk. Thank you, Gronk. Whenever I meet Gronk, I hope I meet Gronk. The number one thing I want to do is let him sniff my ear, but then I want to sniff his ear and rub his ear and make him trust me so he'll let me hug him. I've never been right, crypto fan. I've never been right, ever in my life. You got me there. I've never been correct in my life. And you got me. So, crypto, I wouldn't base, I've told people they shouldn't base their decision on NextBridge on my advice. I've never been right. I think crypto, because I've always been wrong, it means you are right in this instance. It's brilliant. That is brilliant. I've never been right. Therefore, crypto fan is correct to tell you to sit back and do nothing. All right. Stony Bones. I made money on Finger, GTII, COSM, ZJYL, and a few others because of William. Hey, thank you. I shouldn't have said that one. Shouldn't have said that. What court ruling? Crypto. You keep referencing it. Just Google it. Give me the court ruling. You don't have one. Gronk's coming after him. Gronk. If a brokerage firm sold you synthetic shares, they owe you the same value. However, we will also be eligible for treble and punitive damages. Okay, that's your attorney's, if you can afford her. That's her opening argument. You got to present it to the judge, jury, and you've got to withstand the attacks from the other attorneys. Okay, that's your opening argument. I don't know what synthetic shares are. I assume you mean synthetic. Are these synthetic shares? Synthetic shares is a description originally used when you would use puts and calls to create a whatever you call it, a straddle or a whatever, but you would create a trade that acts like a stock. That's what synthetic shares are. So as an example, if I buy Exxon, I own shares. But the idea of synthetic shares would be I'll put up less money than buying shares of Exxon. I'll buy calls on Exxon, and simultaneously I'll buy puts. I mean, I'm giving you a basic example. That's synthetic shares. Now, they've come up with contracts that you can make with brokerage firms and all that. And I've never seen one of those, but you can create synthetic shares that way. The point is, you buy one vehicle that will go up if the stock goes up, one vehicle that'll go down if it goes down. There's a little bit of friction in the cost, but that's a synthetic share. To call counterfeit shares or shares that were sold that were not located, were not borrowed, synthetic is just not correct. Those are not synthetic shares. Those are counterfeit shares. Those are shares which do not exist. They are not synthetic shares. They are not synthetic shares. And the lawyers on the other side will argue to the court, these aren't synthetic shares. They'll say, we sold the shares through our prime broker, and the other side accepted the trade without asking for delivery or without demanding delivery. It's on the other side. I'm telling you, crypto, The lawyers will go back and forth for decades. They're not synthetic shares. They don't exist. There's nothing there. Now, if there's a contract somehow created against a toxic convertible note, then the lawyers will go into court and attack that contract. They'll attack it to see if synthetic shares really were created, which they weren't. But I'm just going with your argument. That'll take 3 years. So your assumption that there's synthetic shares is false. But even if there's some credibility to it, the court will take years determining if, in fact, there were synthetic shares. And this treble and punitive damages, where the hell do you come up with that? You're just making it up. Now, let me tell you, crypto fan, if the whole body of us, the Greg McCabe, the rest, the MMTLP people are in court and they are awarded treble and punitive damages for what? For what? If it's for missing the 2 days of trading in a short squeeze, we'll all get that. If it's for missing opportunity costs, we may all get that. If it's for a dividend and for attorneys, I think it'll be for everybody. Why? I'll give you why, crypto fan. Greg McCabe. When there's a settlement, before he agrees to it, he's going to say this applies to everybody in Nextbridge. Or you don't have a deal. So. That's a good point, Stoney. But also, Stoney, I'm not an attorney, but it seems obvious to me. If a brokerage Stoney, if a brokerage is going to be held liable, the question the brokerage firm is going to ask, first and foremost, they're going to say, well, William never asked for his shares. I didn't know he wanted them. Why should I take the responsibility? He never asked for them. That'd be one thing I would be afraid of. I got to go get my hair cut. I know. I have to leave in half an hour. Hey, Augustine. I received my Nextbridge. Yay! No, you don't have to mail them, Stan. I haven't done it yet either. I'll give you 2 reasons not to do it. One is, it's really not reasons not to do it, but it just a couple of reasons off the top of my head. One is you might want to give your shares to somebody else and like your grandchild. So maybe it helps to have them, maybe not. But I think that would help you in affecting that transfer. Second thing is, if Nextbridge were to be bought out, it doesn't matter where your shares are. AST already has your record. You can deliver these. Now, on the opposite side of the argument, what if there was a flood in your basement and the certificate gets destroyed? Well, there is a record at AST. The other thing is, see, I just don't see this happening. The other argument, though, is what if Nextbridge starts trading and you want to sell your shares and you need them at your brokerage firm? Well, that means you got to get these certificates to AST so AST can send electronic Nextbridge shares back into the maw of short sellers. I don't think Greg's going to do that. That's the only reason I would send it back in. I guess the final reason to do it now is it's going to be basically free. It's going to be the cost of an overnight. If you wait too long, it could cost you thousands of dollars to get these certificates back in the system. So I don't know. It's up to you, whatever you're comfortable with. For now, I'm keeping them here to show you. I don't see any urgency to get them into AST. But I can think of no reason not to do it either. Just to go ahead and put it at AST. I kind of like seeing them a little bit. Augustine, I did a 45-minute disquisition on Finger. There's nothing new on Finger. We're closer to any news announcements they're going to give. I'm going to be in New York. I'm going to be at the NASDAQ ringing the bell with everybody Monday. And then I'm going to dinner afterward with everybody. But I don't have any new news on Finger. It's the same story. If you're tired of waiting, this is a good chance to get out for you and go put it in something you like. I will tell you, though, not that charts matter. Not that charts matter. But on a chart basis, I'm pretty sure Finger broke out today. Yeah, definitely. Finger has broken out from the downward sloping trend line. And to me, next stop is $4. I don't think it's going to stop. And then the other day, Augustine, I gave you, 425, 525, 625, 725, and then 8. That's where I think it'll go on its own momentum. That's not counting a squeeze. So I don't really have much to add to it, Augustine. I did yesterday, if you want to see it, I went on through everything. And I'm extraordinarily optimistic on Finger. It's a fundamental play that has the potential for a massive squeeze, but I would buy it now as a way of doubling or tripling my money over a short to intermediate term. The rest of it's all gravy if it happens. If it doesn't happen, I'm happy with a double or triple or quadruple. If you have synthetic shares, that's all that matters. He couldn't be more wrong. Catch up on the laws. All right, show me the laws. Also, crypto, show me why these are synthetic shares. They're not synthetic shares. They're counterfeit shares. They're not synthetic. Synthetic is a capture of a word that was used when you create using options and futures or whatever, you create synthetic shares in a trading strategy. The name synthetic shares is created by the guys on your side to make it sound real. It's just a cover for non-existent counterfeit shares. It's a cover for breaking the law. You didn't create synthetic shares. They're not there. So anyway. They don't allow links on YouTube. That's not true. Lion always puts links. He's a devil, not a man. Don't you listen to him, Dan. Oh, correct about what? No, it's Monday, Stony. I got the agenda last night It's or yesterday afternoon. It's and I maybe I got it sooner, but I saw it. It's 4:30. It's 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock that we're ringing the bell. I will, Barbara. But Barbara, let me explain myself. I'm sorry. There's some people on that I don't go on very much anymore on Twitter trying to get MMTLP shareholders to believe that it's going to start trading, trying to also to get them not to move. The reason I'm spending so much time on it, Barbara, is I just want people to move their MMTLP to NextBridge. There's no reason not to. And there's a lot of risk if you don't. But this guy's here just to freeze people in place. I believe he's getting paid by the other side. He may be in danger if whoever his clients are get trapped. Remember, the unique thing, all the bashing, all the bashers playbook, all the FUD and fudstering, the unique thing is there's no trading in NextBridge. There never will be. There never will be. But the one last thing that he can get you to do is not move your shares. And it's like, I don't get it. I can't think of a reason not to move your shares. The Price is Right. Come on down. In the behind door number 1 is a brand new modern house with a car, 2 cars in the garage, and on a country club, and you can have it. Or you can have what's in this box, which is a chit along with 20,000 other people that says you have a right to that home and those 2 cars and the membership in the country club and all the appliances and the prepaid insurance and condo, mortgage, housing fees for the next 20 years. You can either have the real thing or you can have a chit that says you have a right to it, which means you can get the value if, according to court rulings, it can be determined that this chit is a synthetic. I don't know. It seems a pretty clear choice to me. So, Barbara, I know this guy's, as far as I'm concerned, this guy is nothing but a paid for, desperate man. He's either desperate because he's going to be in a whole lot of trouble when his clients come after him, or he's going to get a kickback if he's effective in causing the losses to the short sellers to be low, or he's just paid off as he goes. I understand that, Barbara, but I don't want anyone to be frozen and not move their shares. Well, you can if you want to, but at least you hear my point of view. You know who this sounds like? I'm not going to give credence to it, but this sounds like nothing more hilarious than a grown man. I'm still waiting for my growth spurt, by the way. Claiming you're a bogeyman, shill, or short just because you have a difference in opinion. I just don't think you're, well, okay. If you want to call what you're putting here as a difference of opinion, fine. It doesn't make any sense. Not to mention, I'm not up to date on the law. What law? Show me the case. Up to date on the law? Yeah, NASDAQ. You can't put links in YouTube? That's not true. Thing is, if you put one here, I wouldn't know how to open it. $4 p.m., yeah. NASDAQ, yeah. Barbara, it's NASDAQ, but it's 4 p.m. I told you, I think, the morning, so it's not your fault. But it's NASDAQ. I don't know where it is because I'm not sure there is a NASDAQ. Back when there was NASDAQ, I think it used to be a loose confederation of computers. So I don't know where it's going to be physically, but I'll find out. I think that's right, Deacon. They'll fill it up. The brokers behind the scenes will talk with each other. They'll get it done. Well, Lorenzo, it's interesting. From what I understand, the criminals took the MMTLP, they submitted it for trading, and it's fraud. FINRA approved it and SEC approved it. So technically, what was originally a private, just a distribution that wasn't meant to trade, the criminals got it to trade. So in a weird way, it is trading, but NextBridge is a private company. So the argument is, Lorenzo, that because NextBridge is making SEC filings, it might be a public company. I find that specious, but lawyers will argue anything as long as they're paid. I think what's happening is that NextBridge is filing with the SEC. Maybe it's in an overabundance of caution, but I think they are making sure to keep us informed as if they were a public company so that we have all the information. It avoids lawsuits. It allows them also maybe to line up funding, whether it's bank or equity funding, more easily. That's my opinion. There you go, Kit Kitteridge. I agree with you after 500 days. Matt, I've never heard about Verizon being part of Finger. Maybe Verizon wants to get into China. Maybe. I've never heard it, but that would be pretty big. The one that I've heard that to me has a bit of credibility is Alibaba. But to be blunt, I've never heard about Verizon other than here on these channels. That's right, Stony. I am behind. Let me go down quickly. Thank you, Kit. How I'm doing well. I'm not going to say your name. Hope you're well. Thank you, Dominic. Next week. Oh, it's the anniversary. Wow. For TOP running. Kid, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm holding my breath over the next couple of weeks for one of those stocks that I can't talk about. Thank you, Donkey. Good night, Kit Kitteridge. Thank you, Stony. Did I hear my name? That sounds like a song. I didn't use it. Did you say that invisible company may be close to BK? No, I didn't. I said the Fisker, FNGR. I forget the symbol. Let me look up the symbol. Fisker is Fisker is FSRN. 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 Fisker. It's an automobile company. That's the one I said. Is within a month of bankruptcy. All right. Matt can post the links. That's a good idea. Hey, John, how are you, Southern California? Oh, you're the best, crypto. You're the best. How did you find it on Yahoo? You're the best. Yeah. There's other things you've minored in. Stoney's right. I agree with Stoney. Look right above you to find the article. You will thank me later. All right. So if I can summarize it, crypto fan thinks you should stay in MMTLP. The courts have a ruling and you have more optionality and your brokerage firm's going to pay you whatever next bridge is worth. I think that's it. Wow, Stoney. See, you're have more. Rosa, what is the odds that our brokers rage away the buy button on GTIIF we pour in when finger? I don't know what you mean to say by rage. Takeaway? They might. I don't think it will happen. GTII is easy to borrow right now, it says on my screen. I think we'll have plenty of time to buy. I think we'll have time. I don't think they'll take away the buy button. I don't think they'll take away Rosa. I don't think they'll take away Rosa. Okay, there's one that crypto fan is saying, is this the end of naked short selling? I'm Googling it. Yahoo Finance. American investors have been taken for a $1 trillion ride by naked short sellers. Banks and brokers. Federal District Court Judge Lorna Schofield of the Southern District of New York issued a ruling that has the potential to significantly disrupt Wall Street compliance. We've read this before. It has no direct tie to MMTLP and is a major first step toward protecting retail. Harrington Global versus CIBC. We've talked about this one before. And it has the potential because they're gatekeepers. They have a continued responsibility to ensure that customers' order flow, all this, blah, blah, spoofing, blah, blah. Not only are broker-dealers and gatekeepers, yeah. Short selling itself isn't illegal. If it's covered, so there's no issue. When things get naked, this illicit press artificially dilutes share prices. That scramble leads shareholder dilute. Yeah. We know all this. Without complicity, it would never happen. We agree with that. And this is a year ago, and nothing's happened, by the way. Abusive and unchecked naked shorting doesn't say anything about synthetic shares. Ghost shares, they call them ghost shares. When they're complicit, the system is broken. Keeping brokers in check, reg show. Closeout day. UBS, Garwood Securities, cease and desist, heroes of the day. Brokers can no longer claim, according to this one judge, that they're not liable for the customer's trading activities because they're only following their directions. Okay. Canada, one venue. They talk about 15 stocks poised for a squeeze. Okay. Thank you, crypto. Doesn't say anything in there that the brokerage firms are going to pay you. Anyway, whatever. Look, guys, I did my best. If you want to follow crypto's advice, be my guest. That's great. No fees is great. All right, I have to go down. Exactly. Let's go with Greg McCabe. I'll move on from him, Special K. I already said to Barbara, I really am taking it as a mission almost to counteract this movement on Twitter after a year and a half of freezing everybody as victims. That's all. Yep, you're 100% right, crypto. Finger new high of the day. Really? Really? 359. New highs. I looked it up. It's one ruling. It doesn't say what you said it did, but that's all right. Hey, Billy Ray. Hey, a link. Finger hit 344. It's now 359.97. Well, it's very funny. It always makes me laugh. Finger is moving. I'm Barbara, I will agree with you on that. I will agree with you. I will agree with you. Very frustrated wife. Hey, everything's green. Yay, Barbara. I'm backtracking, crypto. You convinced me. Crypto fan, you're right. 100% right. You know what? I think we all owe you a thanks because you're on our side. You're looking out for us. You're not working with the shorts. Exactly, Stony. It was years ago, had no effect. But anyway, crypto's the best. Crypto's the best. Okay, I got to speed down this because I got to go get my hair cut. Hey, Mark, thanks for joining. Peace, love, happiness. All right, D Cartel, here's what I say. I'll try to summarize it quickly. I think by moving MMTLP, you resolve your own position and basically you make sure that you own one share of NextBridge, which is valuable, I think. I think it's worth over 50, over 100, over $150 right now. So why wouldn't you do that? The second thing is, I think by moving it, you give the ability for Greg McCabe to go to the other side and say, you know what? We've already done our job. Anything that's on the brokerage side is counterfeit. So those are the two reasons to do it. The third reason is you do get the benefit of this working interest or override that Greg is putting up, maybe, if the S1's approved. If you don't do anything and everyone else moves over, by definition, you've decided that the best place to be is to be with the lawsuit, with the Congress, and with possible financial brokerage firm settlement. But you've decided I just want to go naked. I don't want to own anything. I just want to have this thing that says I have a right to sue my brokerage firm. I don't have any money. They're going to put tens, hundreds of millions of dollars fighting me, but I have that right. So I've decided that instead of locking down my asset, what I think's best is to own a chit that says my brokerage firm screwed me and I have a right to sue them. And that means I'm buying a lawsuit that I got to fund. Or I have to go into a class action and net, after the lawyers take 40%, I'll get the present value of whatever comes many years from now. That's one option. The other option is to own the asset. Now, his argument is that by owning the asset, you're not going to benefit it from that eventual settlement. And I don't want to go through it again, but I think any settlement is going to be inclusive of NextBridge. Why? Because it helps solve the problem. Okay. New puppy popcorn. I love popcorn. I love popcorn. 5 days old. I'll stop feeding him, Doug. The reason I chose to do that is what I just said. On Twitter, there are people telling MMTLP shareholders that the stock's going to start trading 99% and not to move their shares. It is my opinion you need to move your shares. So I'll stop now. I'll stop now. Golden Retriever. Fingers moving. David Dance. Busy Brands is here. Hi, Busy. Haven't seen Busy in a long time. Finger. Great closing. Something has leaked in my I love a puppy. I love a puppy. Hey, Busy Brand. Cane Corsos. Oh, God. This guy's a know-it-all. Cane Corsos are beautiful dogs, though. Very beautiful dogs. It is hard to be humble when you're great. Crypto knows dogs. Hey, Busy. The thing I notice about my dog that comes from the mother, if I nip him on the back leg, he moves. That's what mothers teach him. Thank you, Beetlebug. That's very nice of you. That was 2 years ago, but it's today, 2 years ago. And that hit me hard, Beetle. So I really appreciate it. I was in a state of, I don't know what to call it, shock maybe, but I was numb. Yeah, it hit me hard, but I'm feeling more comfortable with it now because he was a true believer, a good man, and I'm sure he's either in heaven or about to be, and I'm sure he's with his family and all that, although most of his loved ones are down here. I don't know, but thank you very much. Yeah, Busy. I'm letting him under because there's a guy on Twitter telling people, and I have a feeling this is the same guy, telling people that MMTLP 100% almost is going to start trading. It's not. I guess, Busy, I just can't be more forceful. The the lethargy of a lot of people are giving people an opportunity to take control of their own destiny. Move your shares. All right, I'm gonna catch up. Hey, Doug. Hey, Sonny. I get stuck in rant often. I guess it's a rant. Sorry about that. I don't mean to rant, and maybe I get worked up, but I was trying to give my arguments. What I need to do is just create videos with my arguments and then refer you to them. They owe for fraud. How do you prove the fraud? I don't know. Okay, guys, follow Crypto's advice. He's got it sorted, and it'll work out. Yeah, we weren't supposed to have to do anything. I think that shows the system is caught out. I agree with that argument, Latinum. It's a way of screwing this. Let's listen to Busy. Busy says, even if, and he puts that in a question mark, a judge rules brokerage firms owe us the same value, it does not negate the fact that we want a share count. I can give a, Coca-Cola on the value. I want to know how many shares have been counterfeited. I agree with that 100%. And that's a really good summary. After that, we can take care of value. I do need a producer. I do. And hopefully she can be here, and she's beautiful and smart and hardworking. That's it, Raymundo. I'm going quickly. I'm not reading everything. Doesn't confirm Jack. Doesn't confirm Jack. It doesn't confirm Jack. We did, and I read it. Doesn't confirm anything. Blue Sheets, in fact, confirms synthetic shares sold. Stony, I have to emphasize, they use the term synthetic. They take it from option strategies where you create a synthetic share, which is puts and calls and other things, and you can do it by contract as well. And so they may have contracts against these toxic convertible notes. I don't know. But you create a synthetic can go up and down. That's why it's called synthetic. These things that the shorts are selling don't exist. They're not synthetic. They're counterfeits. They're counterfeit. It is a long call, and I've got to get off of it, John. A long call and a short put is a synthetic share. Let me think of that. Yeah, you're right. Because it has the risk of the downside and the benefit of the upside. So John's correct. A synthetic share is you buy the call, but you sell the put, right? So you use the premium from the sale of the put to buy the call. Is that right, John? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I know it's amazing how they can burn evidence. Oh, God. Okay, let's break down that system. Fraud convictions. All right, you got to get the conviction, and they come with the risk. Yeah, okay. Keep yourself at risk. Yeah, put in your will. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It's not what I said. I'm telling each of you, I'll just tell it from my own perspective. I'm so happy that I have my asset in my hand or at the transfer agent. So if good things happen in the company, I don't have to rely on lawyers or a community or Twitter or congressmen or journalists. If something good happens, it's right here. And I'm going to get the benefit of a settlement. Thank you, Stan. All right, here we go. Popcorn, German Shepherd, popcorn. I loved comedy show Crypto the Fudster. I like that. All right, the case, the crypt. I don't know what it is. 2 hours. He found it later. Missing your point. Now I see your point. Maybe if you combed your hair differently. I am way behind. I love peace and happiness. It was prior, yeah. I'm so wrong in backtracking. Yeah, I am. Guys, go with Crypto Fan. He's got your interests at heart, Crypto Fan. Wow, look at those stocks up. But look at Finger up. I have a far less grasp on the law than I would like you to think. Exactly. Go with Crypto Fan. Go with Crypto Fan. Thank you, Stony. Yeah. Courts rely on decades old rulings. Yeah. Guys, you're in great hands with crypto. Go with crypto. God. There will be an argument made by the lawyers that if you received your shares of NextBridge, that the system has worked for you. Therefore, there's no settlement in terms of they don't owe you money. But that still leaves hundreds of millions of shares probably that have to be resolved. That value is going to come from the value of NextBridge. Maybe. If you own NextBridge, by definition, you own that value. You own that value. And by the way, I don't agree. I think there will be settlement given in all those areas if you're in NextBridge. I don't want to go back over it again. I'll give you a shout out, Busy Brands. I'll be in the back. All right. All right. I know I lose other listeners. I know I'm bad. I'm a bad person. Yeah, so it's a long call. So you paid for that. You sold the put to bring in capital. You bought the call. So that's a synthetic share. It actually seems to be aggressive on the down. No. Yeah, on the downside. You could end up being put the stock. Anyway. I didn't know that happened. Getting regulators to handle failed clearinghouses. I didn't know that happened. That stuff is going to occur. Prime brokers are going to go down, brokerage. That's unfortunately, RA. I don't think the system is going to fix any of this. And I think it's going to collapse. And then only after the losses will there be a cleanup. And that's unfortunate. Yeah, I think you're right, John Cross, and I appreciate that. I think that's right. I dismissed what again? Oh, God. It's not that I'm arguing. You know, crypto, I got to go get my haircut. I do. Crypto, I really enjoyed the debate. You win. I agree with you. You've convinced me 100%. You found an obscure sort of Yahoo article about short squeezes, and you've convinced me. I'm going to call up the transfer agent, and I'm going to ask NextBridge to put my shares back into MMTLP because I am so convinced by you that the real value is holding a placeholder rather than holding the real thing. You convinced me. Why have the real thing when you can have an IOU? You got me. I don't know. I don't think it's going to, I don't know what you're asking, but these other things they're doing aren't going to affect us. When it all collapses, I don't know. It's going to change our lives. It's going to change our lives. They don't have a way of fixing this problem without changing our lives. So right now, the people like crypto and the big funds are just trying to steal from the cash that's flushing through, and they'll go buy their place to live. They'll be off somewhere. They'll be making fun of me and spending their money and getting away with it. But maybe it'll help. I don't know. They never settled in 1 day or 3 days. Why are they going to settle in 0 days? It might help. It might help. What I didn't read the ruling. I read the article. It didn't say that MMTLP shares are synthetic, as you call it. It didn't say they have to settle up on synthetic. It didn't say how you calculate them. Your whole argument is specious, but I'm telling you, crypto, I hope you're paid a lot of money, and I hope you make a lot of money, and I hope people that follow you do the right thing. Everybody can make their own choice. I'm going to ignore your points now because I want Barbara to know that I went through that, and maybe I got too worked up because I heard last week that somebody is saying there is going to be trading and there'll be a settlement. I don't see it. The best way to resolve MMTLP, in my judgment, you got to make your own decision, is to move your shares to NextBridge. Okay, so I'm going to sign off. I'm going to leave you with Crypto Fan. He's a man that has your best interests in heart. He wants to see you get through this period of time as a financially independent entity. And so um, please if you want to, leave your shares at MMTLP. Leave them. I'm worn out. I'm sure that crypto will be there to give you advice as time goes on. Let's see, Fingers 360. I want to check the one that begins with a letter at, oh, well, that's pretty good. I do need a moderator, and I need to be more moderate. And I need a new computer. And if I had a new computer, I bet I could get a moderator from some other part of the world. Does it mean margin calls? No, I don't think so. I don't think any of that stuff that you just mentioned is going to change anything. It's just out there to let people watching think the regulators are doing something. That's my opinion. All right, Bruce Burton. I didn't think of that, Bruce. What if I'm arguing with a bot? I might be. If he's human, he's working for the brokers. They don't want us transferring AST. I think that's right. They don't want us transferring. I didn't think of that. He could be a bot. Could be. But Bruce, that's why I took the time I did. I probably took more time than I should have. The reason I did is I think there's a campaign to make sure that people do not transfer to MMTLP, to NextBridge. It is my judgment, which I could be wrong, by the way, that you still have plenty of time to transfer. Why? Because I still think there's a bunch of stock left. I could be wrong. But once all of the NextBridge shares are accounted for, I think there'll be a panic on the part of some people left over in MMTLP, and they're going to regret that they didn't move over. So, Bruce, that's why I've taken so long talking about it. Probably I should have used a different venue than responding to a bot. You're right. But I think it's terribly important for everybody that owns MMTLP to move to NextBridge. That's my opinion. And yeah, it could be a bot, or of course I didn't say he said it would trade again. So he must be the same person I'm thinking of on Twitter. Yeah, the gray market, you know what that is? I have a bid, I have a buyer of your MMTLP for $3. Do you have any interest? No? Click. I have a buyer for $3. Do you have any? No? Click. I have a buyer for $3. Okay, Bun. Here's the release. We're signing it. We'll have the money. Oh, click. I have a buyer for $3. Click. Click. That's the gray market. It's not happening. You know what, guys? I think I know who this is. Please, if you want to listen to him, he's on Twitter all the time. He runs discussions. He minored in business law. Lucky's great. He's right here. He was outside, and we had a long walk today, and I'm going to have to give him a short walk now and then go get my hair cut. So I'm going to sign off. I'm going to sign off and wish everybody peace. I mean it. Everybody peace. Wish everybody love. Wish everybody happiness. And I'm going to also hope that we get some progress in some of these other shares. And I'll try to do a video on my rationale for MMTLP without the distractions. But I do appreciate that it gave me an opportunity to so emphatically make my argument that you got to move your shares. They are annoying. Finger is ringing the bell. I'm going to be there. I've got to get to work on that. I am going to be there ocean sailing. Yeah, I got to go, Tom. I got to go. So anyway, peace to everybody. Thank you to everybody. Congratulations to Celeste for getting a puppy dog. And Celeste, I'm going to guarantee you that you're going to have your best friend forever, and you're going to have a wonderful dog. And thank you for Jenny joining. It was great. And everybody joining. Ocean, it's going to be Monday at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. The problem is I don't know where. They sent it. I didn't read it. I just don't know where the NASDAQ is. The NASDAQ used to be here in DC. I don't know where it is in New York, but we'll find it. It'll ring, and I'll be there. I like that, Bruce. Bruce and myself are here from the University of Waterloo. Bruce, that's very funny. I love it. If I were programming bots, I wouldn't make them insufferable business miners. I love it, Bruce and myself. All right, so I'm going to sign off. I'm going to wish everybody as much love and happiness as Celeste is getting right now from a little puppy named Popcorn. I don't know Rodney's answer. All right, so I'm going to sign off. And I hope, like I say, I hope you all have as much fun as Celeste is going to have with Popcorn and as much joy. And you have a great weekend. So I'll see you from New York City. Cheers. It takes a while to. Okay, and everything's slow with my computer.